Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican praise service.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All right, everything's broken this morning, but it's Friday. It's Friday. Good morning. Where's my picture? Why am I up there? Somebody get messing with my studio? Okay. Go back to there. Fix one thing at a time. Give me a minute, guys. We'll get there. It's No Pants Friday. No Pants Friday. Congratulations. We made it. It's the weekend. We're so close to starting. The audio is terrible. Listen to that. I mean, that's the sound, right? That was the song. It was the right song, but it's supposed to sound like, well, like this. Is that just cleaner? You guys tell the difference? The audio was a little off. I mean, the beat's supposed to hit. Yeah. Okay. So I had my EQ messed up on that one. We'll get it fixed. Anyway, we're started now. You don't get another dance. We don't do another dance. Mountain Dew pole position. Lois, you are absolutely correct. Not opened yet though. It's a reserve Mountain Dew. I'm reserving it for moments from now. Welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Verdict Watch Day as we are looking to, let's see. We're looking to get everything set up right. That's what we're doing. Give me a minute. My focus is off. Gotta find the button, that one. Okay, there we go. Now I'm back in focus. Is the seat not working today? Great. Just one more thing that's broken. Seat's working, right? Yeah, we're good. All right. Do the do, says Courtney. Let me put the water somewhere. I'm thirsty, not dirty, right? That. All right. Deliberations started just moments ago, but I actually have to wait just a minute before I put the timer up on screen. We're trying to get that matched up perfectly. Tammy Dunlap, my birthday is Sunday. We're going to sing to you today. We'll sing to you. Before we sing to anybody, Sophia Starlin. Sophia, congratulations. This morning you were first.
I can send someone with more experience.
Second and third in chat. Never seen that before. We've seen a first and second. We've seen a first, second, and fourth. But first, second, and third, you are in all three trophy positions. Being first in chat, which means you must really want the internet. You must know what's coming. And because of that, we're just, without further ado, you got the trifecta.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
You got the trifecta. So we're going to just send us you to internet ownership. Sophia, from this moment on, any problems with the internet that we are experiencing, or anyone else in the world who may happen to also use the internet, we're going to go ahead and send them your way, and make sure that you hang on one second, Amber, that they get your direct contact information, which, believe it or not, we have.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Yes, and you'll have to fix it for them. So I don't know what else you had on your schedule, but that is now basically bump to the top of the list. So good luck with that, Sophia, especially because we hear from the FBI that apparently China's going to try to attack our infrastructure, internet, and everything else. So that'll sort of be your responsibility as well. Good luck, Sophia. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being first in chat. Congratulations. All right. Do we know if the jury will be deliberating through the weekend? I bet if the courthouse closes at 5 on a weekday, I'm pretty sure it's not open on the weekend. That's my bet, Casey. Great question, though. Amber's on the phone with us. Amber, how are you doing this morning? Are you going to tell me how to work tech?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But what I am going to do is try and
make the apocalypse
Sharon's life a little easier. A couple of us are putting a link in chat right now because I made a pimp decision and created a Google form for birthdays.
Google form for birthday. So is this, here's my question. I've clicked the button once, but I thought it was a scam. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. No, just kidding. I know it's yours. I know it's legit.
Yeah.
How does it work? Can I, if I click it, can I show people how to use it, how easy it is? Or is it going to give my...
Unless you've accepted the editor ability, which I don't think you have, so then you would see just the viewer form.
Wow. I see like it's 7-page instructions on how to do this on Mod Chat. So what am I supposed to do at this point?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, that was easy. Thanks for calling, Amber. I appreciate it. That's the best news I've heard all day.
No, the link that's in chat that we're sharing is for the viewers to be able to submit their birthday shout-out requests for the songs, and we'll shut it down after you've given your first intro for the morning, just before we get to the birthday song, and we'll pull the response capability, so you won't be able to submit responses after we turn it off, and it'll reset every day.
Mods are harsh. No late entries. Did you hear that? I'm not just kidding. We have to draw the line somewhere. We have to draw the line. Amber, hang on 1 second. Tammy from Kansas. Happy Friday. Thank you for 9 months of support. Love the yellow courthouse. Marianne R. Added an L to your name, which does not belong. Happy Friday to you as well. 4 months with a green courthouse, which will be changing here soon in a couple months. That is awesome. Thank you, Marianne. So my question to you, Amber, is how do I know whose birthday it is? Is it still going to come to me all packaged nicely in a message, or is there something I'm supposed to click?
Well, Sharon is the birthday queen, so
Sharon has access. She can put it together, and
she has access, beautiful. As do the rest of the mods, because and you have access too. You just haven't accepted it.
Where do I go to accept? Did you like
go to your email, and it'll say Calypson's Vixen has shared a Google form with you.
You know I don't read that.
Yeah, well, that's
okay.
Not my problem.
I'll go. Yeah, delete draft. Got an email I need to write. I'm not excited about it, but
Tim R said it's a mod thing.
It's a mod thing. And you sent it to MD Recovery Addict, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you spell it correctly?
I did.
Was this several days ago?
It may have been.
Okay.
So
all right, I'll find it. All right, let's see if we can. We're going to wrap up the birthday entries submissions here in just a minute, and we'll let Sharon provide those names for us. Check the spammer folder. The spammer folder. I love it. I've got greeners. I've got 100 messages from people. Every time there's a message posted in Canva, it emails me. All unread.
You need to turn that notification setting off.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, you don't know how to do that.
Mm-hmm. That as well. Oh, this one. I need to forward this to my wife. I told him I would. I just found, let's see, who is this? Mary Lee, I just found your email. I'm forwarding this to my wife. Okay, that was for her, and I told you I would do that. I did it. And you sent it Wednesday, so I'm only like a day late on this one.
And $1 short.
Oh, something from Amber. Just invited you to edit the following birthday form submissions.
If you hit the button at the bottom, it takes you into the...
Who has a birthday today or over the weekend? It's Friday or Monday. Please list only the first name or your YouTube name. So I have Momo, Melissa Preslick. We're going to go Melissa and Tammy Dunlap. So that's who I've got. Sharon, is that the same thing you see? I think that might make your job super easy, Sharon, which I say job, but it's something you volunteered for and you do very, very well at. That is really cool. Amber, I think Sharon will owe you a big Mountain Dew or something. I don't know. That is beautiful. Happy Friday from Bite Me. Butter Sugars from Buttercup. How's Buttercup doing? Give her a pat.
Greeners thinks you need a week in Vegas to learn how to email.
I tell you, you're not wrong. The things you can learn in 1 week in Vegas.
I'm not going to go there. I'm going to bid you all adieu and get back to work.
Thanks a lot, Amber. Appreciate your help putting this together. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We are going to we're going to see if we can find some feeds from court, which I have not been able to find yet, but we're going to keep looking. RA needs an assistant. I probably do. Livestream Friday, watch RA read email, says Lee. That's exciting, especially if it's your email. It could be really exciting. Debbie Wilson pointing out the same. What did you do this morning? Well, about that. We'll just sit here while you do your secretary things. I'm sorry, I told you. I told you it was spicy yesterday. Ashley is a mod over on our Top Mark Media channel, and she's doing great work over there with some of our other mods from here that were sort of dovetailing. On Top Mark, we're following the Chad Daybell case out of Idaho. And it's just a straight stream, no commentary other than the comments that are in the side chat, which sometimes are absolutely hilarious. But she gave us a heads up yesterday when she's like, "Hey, you've got to pop in here. This is getting heated," and it was incredible. It was probably the spiciest exchange we've heard in court between a judge and a lawyer all week. I mean, we've had some good stuff. But it was really, really good. So it was cool. Last week we had the spicy one with the judge walking out, and this week we have the spiciness with the judge issuing sanctions. The moment he reads a motion from a lawyer, issues sanctions, because guess what? We're billing you for everybody else's time, for my time, for the court recorder's time, and you're just going to have to pay up. It was great. It was great. What the heck was the crap that went on in Daybell yesterday, says Virginia Little. Virginia, unfortunately, there's a big question mark. We don't know exactly what the content was because this guy, and I say guy, I think it was Attorney Ratcliffe, right? I think that was his name. He files a motion to intervene. And when you file a motion to intervene, it's crazy. You've got, like, say, imagine we have a court case like, well, Arizona versus Kelly. Okay, you've got the two parties. You've got the state, you've got the defense, right? The state is prosecuting, defense is defending, and they are the two parties in the case. Imagine somebody submits a motion to the judge and says, "Judge Fink, I have a motion to intervene. I have an interest in this case that must be addressed, and I must be one of the parties at the case." Okay, I have reason to interrupt the process and change what's going, or slow down what's going, or stop what's going on. Because of my unique standing in this situation, which in a criminal case is a bit bizarre. I can see, like, in a civil case, if there's a lawsuit going on and you're like, but I have, a financial interest and I'm an intervener. I can see that. I can see situations like that. But he came in with this motion, which as soon as it was entered, it basically was sealed immediately. It was locked up, so I don't think anybody has it. It might be out there. The judge, in case it did get out, he issued an order saying, by the way, if anybody has this, you're not allowed to share it. Well, guess what? That judge has authority in Idaho. Yep, Idaho. That's the last time I checked. That's the border that's where it extends to. So if it got out of Idaho, Pandora's box has been opened, and it's really a question of subject matter jurisdiction, I think, at that point. So what happened was the judge, at the end of the day, he took up this hearing, he took up this issue because a lawyer had filed this motion to intervene, and it was quite frankly confusing. It was all spelled wrong. There was conflicting data in the motion itself. And the judge says, all right, here we go. Here you are. And the lawyer stands up and he's like, actually, I'm here. I know it says lawyer and it's on my letterhead, and I signed it as 3 times as the counsel for the defendant, which I'm not. And I spelled everything wrong, and the case number is wrong. And I should have said on there that instead of me coming as a lawyer, I'm just an average Joe citizen, and this is my lawyer. And the judge is like, hold up. He asked him a few questions about it, and basically said, look, this is highly inappropriate. You've broken the rules. There are rules to lawyering, right? He says you've broken Rule 11. And Rule 11, when you break Rule 11, by law, by statute, the judge says, I have to impose sanctions, which I am doing now, and I'm going to bill you for everybody's time because you have wasted everybody's time. This is a bunch of baloney. Okay, the last minute, literally 11:24 p.m. on a Friday. The next time court opens, as Peter said, they're picking a jury. The doors come open, potential jury's coming in, and he files for a motion to just throw everything off the rails at that time. It didn't go through, and then Mr. Ratcliffe's attorney, who was there with him, sort of represented him, but wasn't, because the judge doesn't authorize somebody who comes in that situation to have an attorney represent him, tried to intervene for Mr. Ratcliffe, and that that got shut down as well, and wasted time, which Mr. Ratcliffe has to pay for. So that's what happened in Idaho. There we go. We've got birthdays. We have to do that. We have to do birthdays now, because it's time. All right, let's sing to Lauren, Charlie, Professor Phil Bell, Tammy Dunlap, Momo, Melissa, Preslick. They're all celebrating a birthday today. So we're going to sing to Lauren, Charlie, Phil, Tammy, Momo, Melissa. Momo and Melissa. That's it. That's it. Okay, that's the list. Can we get it in one? Lauren, Charlie, Phil, Tammy, and Momo, Melissa. We can try it in one. It's going to be fast. Get your pronunciation crisp and clean. No slurring the words. Was it a drunk filing? I think it might have been, Christy. All right, join with me in singing happy birthday to these wonderful folks who are celebrating their birthday today. The list is up on the screen. First names only. Warm up with me. La 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 la. There we go. Place, people, blend your voices. Shoulders back, deep breath. Breathe from your diaphragm. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lauren, Charlie, Phil, Tammy, Momo, and Melissa. Happy birthday to you. Lauren, Charlie, Professor Phil Bell, Tammy Dunlap, Momo, Melissa Preslick. Happy birthday. Happy Friday birthday. It's always good when your birthday falls on a Friday, because it's like 2 gifts in one, right? You get your special day and you get the weekend back to back. I missed something. Charlie has a birthday on Saturday. Happy birthday, Charlie. Happy birthday, dear Charlie. Happy birthday to you. We'll just tack you on at the end, Charlie. Happy birthday. Have a wonderful Saturday. Also a weekend, so it's a bonus birthday for you as well. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. If you have a birthday this weekend, make sure you've pre-registered at Denny's on the app to make sure you get free pancakes. I think you have to show some sort of form of ID, or maybe it's just show the app. I don't know. But there are free pancakes available if you can figure out how to do it. And that's, as American Dreamer says, that's the American dream. Free pancakes on your birthday. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. So thank you. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could celebrate with, or who would want to celebrate with you, but you have chosen to be here with us. Thank you for letting us celebrate this special day with you. Wonderful, wonderful. Witchy Mama, I got summoned for jury duty in June, July, and August, and September in district court. I hope I get called this time. Well, in 1, 2, 3, 4 months, a quarter of the year, a third of the year, Math is hard, guys. Math is hard. Quarter would be 3. 4 is a quarter. 4 is a third. That's a big window. It's a big window. Hope everyone else gets disqualified and you get to serve. That is awesome. Dancers, great job on the dancing. We are in verdict watch. Let's see, what time is it? We are about ready to hit that button. Our timer is not running currently because I let it overrun, so I have to start it right when they start deliberating, which was they started at 8:30, so 25 minutes. They went for 1 minute now. Okay, now we have the timer going, which puts them just over 2 hours of deliberation by my count. Let's see. We can get the timer on the screen here. Oops, that's not it. This one. That's it. There we go. All right, so deliberation for the Kelly case. Juries had about 2 hours to deliberate, a half an hour this morning and an hour and a half yesterday. Wait, there's a time difference. There's a huge time difference. They aren't even awake yet. Man, feels like a Monday all of a sudden. You're right. They take back that minute, that 2:02:02. We need to take back a minute of that, and we will make it go away. Oh man, I was so close. That's why we don't have a court feed. I was scrambling over here looking for a court feed, and apparently it's a different time in Arizona than it is in North Carolina. These are things that I should probably figure out before we go live, but let's do it on the air. Why not? It's one of those. You know what I need? I think it's time to open the emergency Mountain Dew. There it is. It hit. We're good to go now. A little scattered this morning. It's because we had an amazing podcast last night. We had Brian on. Brian, he's a North Texas law enforcement officer. Not just that, he's a PIO for his department, and just a fun. He's a fun guy. Not a fungus. He's a fun guy to have on the channel. It was great. It was awesome having him there. Just he fit right in. It was seamless. It's wonderful when a guest just shows up and just seems like they belong, and he really did. So time zones are a thing. They are. I might need that assistant more than you guys know. That's all I can say. Podcast was amazing. I think we had more people on that podcast than any other podcast. I think we had one time where the count was higher briefly, and that's when we were giving something away, like a big reveal. But as far as consistent viewers, that was our highest ever podcast for viewing. But it was really neat. It was a lot of fun. PA Ray says, I just listened to the podcast. It was brilliant. Podcast was awesome. Says Court, I didn't get to watch, but Brian didn't get to fully watch, but Brian seemed great. He was really great. Brian was funny and nice. 2 hours difference. Okay, now I need you guys to let me know when it goes live. More people than Joe Rogan's intervener greeners, which I love the name. I love the name change. Happened last night. This is like when we catch up with a trial, we fall victim to the trial local time zone. Yes, we're so used to being able to just start it and go, which I guess we could do. We could watch the spiciness on all angles. There's just one particular point that I'm very interested in court from yesterday, and that was the end of the state's closing, because I want to see the judge's face before the camera panned over to him. We got the end of the side eye, right? But I want to see what happened before then. So let's see, Santa Cruz Superior Court. Have they posted it? Let's take a quick peek. Day 16 p.m. There it is. There's AM, there's PM. Let's start with the PM one. Okay, they come back. Now they have a long break, so let's see. Still another huge long break. Oh, what happened at the end of the day? Hang on. What happened here? Here we go. Hold up, people. We might have something cool to look at.
All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, very well. We're back on the record in State versus Kelly. We received a note from the jurors at 4 p.m. The county attorney's on the line. Defense counsel and the defendant are here in the courtroom. The jury's obviously not present. The note that I have is from juror number 1, and is there an exhibit index for both the prosecution and the defense? So I'll hear what the parties have to say. My inclination is to give them an exhibit list and have the clerk prepare a redacted exhibit list just to show what's been admitted instead of showing everything that was marked and not admitted. And now Jose
I think
said,
that's perfect.
all right, now there's another note. They just told Jose they have another note. All right, well, let's do it with the first one. Do you have any issue with that, defense counsel? We'll show you the redacted list if you want to see it.
Yeah, my only question was some of them were multiple photos. Were they just going to say photos, or how were they going to label?
Why don't we, and if Ms. Hunley or Mr. Jetty, if you want to come over, she's preparing a list that just shows what's been admitted. So we don't send the exhibit list back there with,
Sure.
So, all right, why don't you, all right, so can we get a transcript? Here's another note, which just came in. I'm marking these 4/18/24 at 4:07 p.m. Can we get the transcript of Dr. Tim's testimony? And that's from juror number 1 also.
I don't think we watched Dr. Tim.
There's no transcript.
No.
They need to ask a question, and you can't. Poor court reporter.
All right, let's see.
Or
Another
Denise.
Go to work right now.
Has to be a readback count.
They got to recall the testimony.
That was long testimony.
Yeah, but they just need to be told to recall the testimony, and there's no dispute, so.
We just need to tell them to remember?
Well, I know the court, I'm just looking for the rule. There's no transcript, but the court can have certain testimony read back to them if they can be more specific about it.
ME.
Yeah, if they have a specific question, I think the court can read back specific testimony.
Let me see if I can find the rule.
I'll look through this.
All right, so why don't we answer
State's
the first
on the
question
phone.
first? Why don't this is about the exhibit index. Why don't I just say, yes, one is being prepared for you and will be given to you as soon as it's available. Fair enough?
Yes.
That works.
Yes.
Yes, one will be prepared for your use and will be provided to you as soon as it is ready. Good? All right, I'll just write Judge Fink. 4:10 p.m. All right, so take this to them and then bring it back when they're done with it so we can make it part of the record.
So his clock is off.
All right, now.
This was yesterday evening. The live stream didn't show this. Like these questions came in yesterday evening. The first 2 questions from the jury in deliberations.
Okay.
Wow. ASMR is crisp this morning. Why would they want the ME again? I tried to put the deliberation clock, but you guys complained because I forgot about time zones and they're still 2 hours away from starting. So they're an hour and a half into deliberations. So I need to start the deliberation clock half an hour after they start deliberating today. Or, hang on. If they start at 8:30 their time, somebody do the math for me. What time do we need to start a new deliberation clock now to have it be an hour and a half when they start? Does that make sense? If I were to reset the clock right now and start counting, I need an hour and a half before 8:30 in Arizona. What time is that?
All right, the clerk has prepared a redacted exhibit list that just show the exhibits that were admitted.
10:30.
Ms. Hunley, do you want her to, defense counsel are here in the courtroom.
We're on the way over right now, Judge. We're walking as we speak.
All right, why don't you run, thanks.
Run
All right,
faster.
and then we'll wait for you to come over here. Why don't you run another copy, and then you can give this to defense counsel, and then the other copy we'll give to the state when they get here.
Okay, so here's our math. Here's our math issue.
Let me give this.
Are you ready?
First question. Mark that number 1, okay? And I'll mark this number 2.
I would like to start the stopwatch for the deliberation over, but I would like it to count up to an hour and a half, with the hour and a half falling right at 8:30 Arizona time.
Here's the rule I was looking for. 22.3, repeating testimony and additional instructions. Repeating testimony. Ms. Hunley, are you still on the line?
Yes, Judge, we are. We're listening. We just have you on mute.
Okay, no, I just wanted to be sure you were still on the line.
You muted the judge.
Repeating testimony, 22.3. If after the jury retires, jury requests that any testimony be repeated, the court may recall the jury to the courtroom and order the testimony read or replayed. The court may order other testimony repeated so as not to give undue emphasis to particular testimony. Well, let me tell you my preliminary thoughts, and then I'll hear from the parties as well. Dr. Kim's testimony was lengthy.
Court reporter
I
reading
think
the
my
whole
proposal would be to respond to them would be, there is no transcript, but if you're able to identify specific parts of that testimony that are of particular interest, the court would consider having that read back to you. But I'm not inclined to just bring them in and have them read 2 hours or whatever it was at the time. I don't know how long it was, but 2 hours more of testimony.
Poor Denise.
The state agrees to that, Your Honor. I think the court could, if the jury can identify what specific topics they need, that seems appropriate.
What are your thoughts, defense counsel? You can take a look at the rule. It's 23.3, subsection A.
Yeah, I think if we get something narrowed down by topic, then we could consider whether that would be feasible.
All right, let me see if I can come up with some language here.
Is this just states?
Yeah, there aren't any defense exhibits on that.
Oh, you don't have it? Give me a second.
There's no defense exhibits on there?
No. It's all state, I think.
All numbers.
It's not. Maybe I should.
No letters. Thought you were being biased. You're just kidding.
Just kidding, Judge. Let me withdraw my objectionable objection.
Thank you. Ours is shorter than theirs.
Thank you for everyone who's got this. I think the consensus is if I restart the timer at 10 o'clock, then we will have an accurate counter because the jury starts at 8:30. That will fix the fact that I let the clock run a little bit too long yesterday when they were deliberating after we'd gone off the air. I hear a shop vac somewhere. It's outside. Somebody's vacuuming outside. Let's see. Tell me the date. If you guys know the date that this testimony came in, we could go back and watch it to get an idea. Oh, now you hang up on the judge.
I'm just trying to craft a response with that.
How rude. Nice of the state to show up. That hurt my brain. It's too early. We follow court because we're not good at math. That's why. So if somebody could tell me the date, the day of court, and then maybe an AM PM. We'll go back and watch the 4-box version of the testimony just to get an idea of what the jury might be thinking about. You're right, Lily Wayne. I think the medical examiner is definitely testimony that's going to be in favor of the prosecution. Could have to do with the trajectory in the body. Maybe if the jury provides clarification this morning, that could be very telling. Let's see, what have we? Oh yeah, let's go over to camera 3. By let's, I mean just me.
Hold on one second, okay?
Oh,
Let
sure.
me just finish this.
Can I have my book? You can have your book if I can have my book.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
All right, here's what I drafted in response to note number 2 about the transcript of Dr. Tim's testimony. I wrote as follows: Dr. Tim's testimony has not been reduced to a transcript, so no transcript is available. The court, however, may authorize the testimony read to you in open court. Dr. Tim's testimony, however, was lengthy. If there is a specific part of that testimony that the jury considers to be particularly important, the court would consider a rereading of that portion of the testimony if that is important to your deliberations.
No objection, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
All right, then I'll put Judge Fink. And that's at 4:18 p.m. Okay, Jose, so then take this into them again, let them read it. Hopefully I try to print as clearly as possible and then bring it back for filing.
States reviewed the exhibit list you provided for the state and the defense, and we don't have any objection to those going to the jury.
Does that have the defense exhibits on it?
Two
Yes, it
lists.
does.
There's 2 separate lists.
Okay, let me go.
One full Mountain Dew down. I think we're ready to go today. Mr. Opertorso, great comment here. I feel just slightly more
Can you
not
grab
guilty
that?
than
Let me
guilty.
see what you have there, just so I can look at it too, those 2 lists.
But this,
That's right.
in this, but I highly doubt the jury is seeing this,
Thank
seeing
you.
it as the frame job from the state that we are. Jurors didn't see everything we did. This is very true. Great point there. As always, quite insightful with your comments. I don't know if
Okay,
Laura
so-
is up, our court watcher this morning. If she is,
These are good. Counsel, that looks.
love to hear from her this morning.
Are you good with that? All right.
Okay, here we go. Zimmy from the bus stop. Thank you very much. 1st or 2nd of April. Do you know what day of court that was? Let's see. So yesterday was day 16, right? Let's see. April 2nd a.m. was Dr. Tim.
Print out another set, okay. They're probably writing their response, so.
So So yesterday was day 16. So if you do the math backwards, that would be day 7, right? I rescue dogs.
All right, so we've had, just to recap, we've had 2 notes from the jurors, one about 4 o'clock, one about 20 minutes later. The first note was requesting an exhibit list of exhibits that had been elicited, had been admitted in evidence, one both for the defense and for the state. The clerk of the court has prepared such exhibit lists. The exhibit list that the clerk keeps includes all of the exhibits that are marked and whether they've been identified or admitted or not. So the clerk's prepared a list of redacted list, which just includes all of the exhibits by number, date identified, date admitted, and a description for both the defense and the state, and the parties have reviewed those. So when the bailiff comes back, I'm going to have him take these lists and give them to the jurors. I have a duplicate copy, and I want to make this part of the record, so we have a record of what we gave to the jurors. How should we mark this?
We can just file it as admitted exhibits, Your Honor.
All right, so these are, I'm going to write something on top of these. I'm going to write response to jury note number 1.
The judge is being quite vocal about everything he's writing and the responses, because at this point...
All right, so I marked both of these responses to jury note number 1. I'll give these to the clerk so that I'll be filing in for a record.
There's another
All right, now you
response.
can take... Oh, okay. So they didn't write anything? No. Okay. All right, so there's no response on that, so I'll give that note to the clerk.
Note,
you can take these
Here's
into the
some
jury.
paper.
This is the response to the request for the exhibit list.
Also, Judge, they are requesting a ticket.
Yeah. Okay, so the jury has asked them to be excused for the day, so we'll do that. The second note from the jurors had to do with their request for the rereading of Dr. Tim's testimony. I wrote a response that says, basically, after having consulted with counsel, that there is no transcript of Dr. Tim's testimony. There's no transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony as far as I know, certainly not a final transcript. So I responded that there is no transcript of Dr. Tim's testimony. One has not been prepared, so one cannot be provided. However, if there's a particular part of Dr. Tim's testimony that is of particular interest and importance to the jury, the court would consider having them come back into court and have a rereading of that portion of Dr. Tim's testimony. Dr. Tim's testimony was very lengthy. I don't know, it was probably like 2 hours or so. So it's not feasible to read back the whole thing. But if there's some particular part of her testimony that they think is important, and they can identify that, then we'll consider having them come in tomorrow and read that. I suppose it would have been helpful to know that now. So
that's what I was going to say. If I could make a suggestion, I would ask that we give them that response before they go home tonight.
I did.
That way
and they just sent it back.
Oh.
So they're on their way out. But yeah. So anyway, we'll find out tomorrow. We'll see what they say tomorrow.
Just thinking about Denise, so she could put it together.
She'll start working on it. I knew she would.
Denise is like, I'll work all night on this. No
we've
worries.
excused the jury for the evening. I think Jose said they're going to come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. All right. So I think you're all excused for the evening. Right.
Your Honor, can you order the exhibits not?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm also ordering, as is usual, that any exhibits not admitted by either party. All right. They're just. Any exhibits not admitted are to be retrieved by the respective parties and kept for in a secure place and with security for any future need. But the clerk doesn't keep any exhibits that were not admitted.
And just logistically, Judge, once we have the portion of the transcript or however it is that the jury has identified it, how do we read that to the jury?
The court reporter reads it.
Court reporter just reads it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Just wondered if you needed us to bring people, or I just want to make sure we were prepared, whatever you wanted us to do.
I think the court reporter reads it because it's mostly a lot of it's off of her notes, too.
Okay.
What time did they say they were going to start tomorrow? 8:30. All right, so we're adjourned until 8:30. Just make yourself accessible. If you want to hang out at the court tomorrow morning, it's fine, too. Thank you very much. Then we're adjourned for the evening.
Okay, so we're going to back up just a little bit. Wait. Oh, that's not what we want. We're playing the other one. Okay, couple things. Grooming time. The file type is not supported. Whatever you just sent me, it's not coming through. Big Mike, I would love it. I would love it if you can do that. That would be amazing. Let's see. Bite me. Did you do another super chat? Hang on. I saw the first one. Just one second. We got the butter sugars. Buttercup is out of begging strips. Her favorite treat. I will be going to the begging strip store this afternoon. Yes, Buttercup will make it known if those are not available. L Diamonds is out of the hospital but still needing prayer and good thoughts. Thanks, RA in chat. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Thank you for letting us know. We definitely will do that. Please, if you're able to send some support that way, good thoughts and prayers would be appreciated. Witchy Mama, I got summoned for jury duty. We got that one. Thank you very much. Good luck, Witchy Mama. Marianne, let's see, Tammy from Kansas. And Red Pen, you snuck in this morning and gifted 5 memberships just before anything started. Thank you. Super, super generous. What a way to start the Friday. All right, we're going to back up just a tiny bit on this because we wanted to see the reaction. Let's see, this is him giving his closing, right?
Important 2 concepts. We just talked about reasonable persons.
Yeah, I want to see the judge's face at the end of this. Oh, there he went and sat down, so it's going to be right up here. Last 15, 20 seconds or so.
Agree with second degree or manslaughter, you can find him negligent homicide. And also find him guilty of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He manifested everything in this situation. He escalated it. And I'm going to leave with this. The moral of the story, again, is you shot and someone's dead. The answer is yes.
He just gives it a long side.
All right, thank you. That concludes the closing arguments. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need about 5 or 10 minutes just to finish a verdict form. This is the form that I'll give to you when you go back to deliberate. They'll have to complete when you complete your deliberation. So I'm going to stay here. I'm going to excuse you.
Okay, so that was all that happened with the ending there. We are going to, I think we're going to pull up Dr. Tim's testimony, if I can find that here.
Just take 5 or 10 minutes.
Sorry about that. Let's go back. That's going to be day 6 a.m. and see if we can find a timestamp here. Day 6 a.m. right there.
Oh, great. Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. All right, we're on the record in State versus Kelly, CR 2023-026.
This is replay.
Your Honor, we had some scheduling challenges this morning. One of our witnesses flying in from out of town, her flight got delayed, so we're having to change up the schedule. Just wanted to let the court know.
Yeah, thank you. I knew that. I was aware of it, but thank you anyway. I thought we'd use a little time to discuss one issue. Since we're going to wait for a witness. Are we waiting for that witness, or do you have another?
No, Judge, we have another witness. We're ready to go.
Okay.
We do have a stipulation with respect to that witness that's coming in
6.
later this morning.
We're going
and
back
with
to find
respect
the
to
ME testimony. Give me just a second.
The medical examiner is coming in later as well.
Do you have a stipulation for your first witness, or?
No, that's just cross on Castaneda. We're calling Castaneda to complete the cross-examination.
Okay. Well, then, where did Jose go?
Jose.
He's probably.
Jose makes this court happen.
Yeah, we can bring in the jury. What we'll talk about, we won't talk about it now. I thought we had time, but not a big deal. I want to find out from you, where are we on your agreed motion for the viewing of the crime scene?
There we go. We got replay.
So we're going to bring the jury in now, but.
We're still working on that, Judge. We've kind of got the logistics, I think, agreed upon. The state is still
10:48 at their
objecting
time.
to viewing.
We're gonna skip ahead just a tiny bit. Let me get everything off the screen so I can see what's happening. Thoughts on potential outcome after all the evidence? Well, Kylie, I'll say this on the closing. My thoughts as I try to get to the right time here. On the closing, I would say, turn the sound off. That the defense did a much better job in presentation. I think it was a much more effective presentation than I saw from the prosecution. That's not evidence, but it fit together. it fit together pretty well. As a matter of fact, I would say that it fit together in such a way that, to me, it would say the way they're describing it sounds reasonable. And I think that's key, because it's the whole reasonable person standard is what they're basing this on. So let's see, 1048. That's not Dr. Tim. New witness. I think there she is. Okay. But Kylie needs a holiday. Great question. Those are my thoughts on all the potential outcome. I think that the jury could easily find that it was reasonable to believe that what the defense has said might have happened. Okay, I think this is Dr. Tim, the ME. We're going to listen to, if it is, we're going to listen to it at 1.25 speed at least. Is that all right? Because we've all heard it before. Most of us heard this before. 1.5 is a little too much. Well, we'll try 1.5.
The record will show that we've collected the transcripts that were distributed for demonstrative purposes.
That's a little fast.
Morning.
This is the testimony, I believe, that the jury has requested to rehear, or at least, come on, don't. There we go.
And the record will show that we've collected the transcripts that were distributed for demonstrative purposes. Morning.
We are still on verdict watch. The jury's not going to be there for, well, let's see, another 2 hours. 2 more hours, then the jury shows up.
You can come over here, please, and have a seat.
Something arrived in the mail that I was not expecting. Oh, these are Mom's. They're for her activity. For you. Don't open them. It's a surprise.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Dr. Tim.
Good morning.
Can you just briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Dr. Krista Tim, Timm.
And where do you work? And
I work at the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office.
So you don't work for the county. You don't work for the Sheriff's Department here in Santa Cruz County?
No, I do not.
You don't work for Santa Cruz County in any capacity, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the county, like Santa Cruz, will ask for the services of Pima County to help out with cases like this, right?
Yeah, we cover medical examiner office duties for Santa Cruz County and various other offices in Arizona.
And how long have you been with the your department?
5 years.
And let's talk about your education experience. Where'd you go to school?
I graduated from medical school at the University of North Dakota School of Medicine and Health Sciences. I then did a anatomic pathology residency at the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio. I then did a forensic fellowship at the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Office, which is now Medical Examiner's Office, also in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Well, how'd you get into this line of work with autopsies?
Through pathology training. I guess I was initially exposed during my medical school training. One of the pathologists there was responsible for covering the autopsy service. And so I was in medical school when I first saw my first autopsy and kind of just found pathology and forensic pathology through exposure.
So she saw her first autopsy and said,
it's just a curious question of how people come into the careers they are at, so that's more of a curiosity question. How many autopsies have you done in your 5 years at Pima County?
I don't have a number, but I typically am responsible for about 400 cases a year. Not all of those are going to be autopsies, though.
What are some of the other cases you work on?
External examinations. So if someone has trauma and they've survived it long enough to make it to the hospital, where they're able to make diagnoses through examination and imaging, such as a motor vehicle accident or something along those lines. So if the trauma is well documented, that would still fall under our jurisdiction for determining cause and manner of death because it's not natural. But an autopsy wouldn't be required most of the time for something like that because the injuries are documented.
So the purpose would it be fair to say the purpose of an autopsy is to determine the manner and cause of death?
Mostly the cause of death.
Okay. And of those 400 cases, how many are autopsies, approximate, per year? How many of them are autopsies?
I don't know, maybe half.
Okay. There's no test here. There's no, I'm not going to come.
Yeah, it's not numbers that I keep track of.
So in 5 years, then you've handled about 2,000 cases, autopsies, and other examinations, right?
Yeah, of my own, correct.
Of your own. And how many other doctors are in your work facility, in the department there?
There's a chief medical examiner, a deputy chief medical examiner. There are 2 other full-time doctors, I call us the worker bee doctors, that are handling the bulk of the cases. And then we have a split position, so 2 other doctors that split a full-time position. And we also have a forensic fellow who's in training to become a forensic pathologist. So 7, 8.
7 or 8? And of the 7, 8, do you guys do like rounds? Do you guys discuss your cases with each other?
Yeah, in various capacities, but typically our day starts meeting at 8 o'clock, where the doctors who are on the schedule for autopsy service that day meet with the chief or the deputy chief, whoever's running the meeting for the day, as well as people throughout the office, investigators, anthropologists, the autopsy assistant staff, and students or people that are rotating through. We all get together for a morning meeting to discuss the cases that we have to handle that day or in the short term.
So it would be fair to say in the 5 years, you get a pretty good breadth of a variety of cases that come through that office?
Yes.
And you discuss those cases with other practitioners, right?
That's correct.
And so before you became at the Pima County Coroner's Office, what was your career before that, before you stepped into the Pima County?
So following my fellowship in forensic pathology and becoming boarded, I stayed on at the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Medical Examiner's Office. And I worked there as a forensic pathologist from 2010 till 2015, at which point in time I took a job in Denver and was working as a forensic pathologist at the Denver office of the medical examiner. I worked there up until I was offered a position in Pima County in Tucson in 2019 when we moved here, or moved to Tucson. So I've worked as a forensic pathologist my entire career.
So let's just jump to, were you involved in a case dealing with a shooting on January 30th?
Yes, I was.
How were you involved, and how did you get involved?
I was the autopsy physician. It was a case that was assigned to me that day.
And would that be just, you guys are all on call, and certain people accept the phone call, or someone's on duty, and that's the call they take, right?
The schedule is made out months in advance, and most days of the month there's going to be either what's called a D1 or a D2 doctor. So the primary doctor is the D1 doctor. They're going to be assigned the cases that come in that are more complicated or that law enforcement is going to want to be in attendance for. And then after that, it's the D2 doctor is going to do the rest of the workload for the day, typically. Although the caseload has increased and now we have a D3 doctor a lot of days. So.
And were you asked to perform an autopsy on a body that came into your facility?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
I could look at my report.
Sure, if you want to refresh your recollection, you can look at your report. And just for the record, that's going to be Government Exhibit 14.
On February 1st, 2023.
Do you remember what time of day that was?
The autopsy began at 08:30.
8:30 in the morning.
Correct.
Do you remember the individual's name that you performed the autopsy on?
Gabriel Buitimea.
I'm going to show you, just for us, not for publication, I'm going to show you a picture from your autopsy report. You recall that picture?
I do not.
You don't recall that picture?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
Right that.
Never mind.
Let me go to your. Recall you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, yes.
Who was in attendance with you during the autopsy?
Myself, Detective Ainza, and Deputy Barba from the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, and Chief Deputy Attorney Hunley from the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office, is witnessed by.
Okay. And during your autopsy, walk the jury through what you do in an autopsy.
So an autopsy is a medical procedure, typically for understanding the physiological or anatomic derangements that occur as to why a death comes about. It starts with an external examination in which we look at the outside of the body. We're looking for any areas of trauma, any evidence of therapeutic intervention, any scarring. We document basic body habitus, meaning the body length and the weight, looking at the hair, the dentition, fingernails, just an overall appearance of the body is documented through the external examination. During that process, we take pictures or allow for people in attendance to take pictures, documenting all the things that we see. And then we will move on to the internal portion of the examination, in which we're looking at documenting the same things, right? So we're looking for trauma, we're looking for evidence of therapy, we're looking for evidence of previous surgeries, really to gain an understanding as to why this person died. During that process, we also can collect fluids from the body, blood for toxicology testing, vitreous fluid, the fluid from the eyes for toxicology or electrolyte testing, urine, anything else that might be pertinent to the case that we're working on. And then the body organs are removed from the body, and we take weights of all the organs, and then we section the organs with a knife to look for evidence of natural disease or documenting trauma. So each organ is processed in a similar fashion. We collect small samples that will be put in an fixative. If we wanted to look at them under the microscope, sometimes the cause of death isn't often identifiable by the naked eye, and we can look at them under the microscope, so they can be embedded in paraffin and cut into glass slides, which will come back to us about a week later.
She really
we can
does
look at
like
those
her
slides
job.
under the microscope. Things such as like an acute heart attack might not be visible grossly, but under the microscope we can see the changes and make those diagnoses better. And then pictures can be taken along the way, and then the organs are all returned into the body cavity. The body is sewn and released to the funeral home or wherever the family chooses to have the remains taken after we're finished. At that point in time, I will dictate my findings to a transcription company, who then generates a report and sends it back to me. And then I wait for the toxicology test to come back, the results from that, slides if they've been processed, and take time and review all of that at the time when I'm ready to sign the report out.
So do you recall, and you recall this case, right? You recall this victim in this case, right?
Yes.
Do you recall how the body came to the morgue? Came to the coroner's office, I mean. Do you recall what condition? Was it in a bag? Do you recall that?
Yeah, it was in a body bag.
In a body bag. And Detective Ayden was there? Do you see him at the council table?
Yes.
And he was there?
Yes.
And was he in custody of the body? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. And then was there an unwrapping of the body? Unzipping of the bag?
Correct.
Okay. And who did that? Did you do that, or did Detective Ayden?
Typically, that's what I would do. I look at the body bag and document whether there's a seal on the bag. So if the zipper has a seal around it, and take a picture, and then I usually cut the seal and unzip the bag. I also usually have autopsy assistants that are helping with that process. But in cases in which there's suspected trauma or inflicted trauma, usually I'm the person who will remove that seal and open the body bag to expose the body and take pictures as to how the body is received in our office.
Do you recall if you did that in this case?
Most likely, yes.
That's your habit?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos, or did Detective Ayden take photos?
I took photos, and Detective Ayden did. We both did.
I'm going to show you one of your photos in Government Exhibit 14. This is your report. Do you recall that photo?
Yes.
And is that the person that you received for the autopsy?
Correct.
You're going to move to admit, and we'll call that 14, Government Exhibit 14A as an apple.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. 14A is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Hold on one second. So, you know what you're going to see, right? So,
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm going to keep it very sanitized.
that's all right. I just want to give them a heads up. So,
It's like, jury, this is the part
They,
you're
they
not
know
going to
it.
look forward to.
Permission granted. You can publish.
And who's that? Do you recall?
That's the decedent, Gabriel Buitimea.
This is what the jury's going to hear, or part of what this testimony is what the jury's going to hear first thing when they come in this morning. Kevin, with this trial, we are on verdict watch.
Side photo.
The jury's asked to
Government
rehear
Exhibit
this
14B as in
testimony.
boy. Just for. You recall that photo?
Yes.
Is that the same individual?
Correct.
You're going to move to admit Exhibit 14B into evidence?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. 14B is admitted. Permission to publish if you want.
That's a side angle of the victim, of the person you saw that day, right?
Correct.
These views are fixed, so we're not going to see a close-up of the screen here. We actually saw more of it on our initial watch.
Make sure Government Exhibit 14C. as in Charlie. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
You're going to move to admit 14C.
No objections, Your Honor.
14C is admitted. Permission to publish.
Let's walk through that. What do we see? What does the jury see in this photograph?
At the top of the screen is the top of the decedent's, is the head and face. From the left lateral view, the neck and left shoulder, there's a tattoo on the upper outer left arm, as well as kind of in the midline, just under the neck, the notch of the sternum is the exit gunshot wound.
That's the exit wound?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you a different angle. 14. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a different angle of the same injury?
Correct.
Same exit wound?
Yes.
Move to admit 14D, as in dog.
No objection, Your Honor.
14D is admitted. Permission to publish granted.
Is that a different angle, doctor?
Yes, this is similar area of the body, just from the right side of the body versus the left.
I'm going to show you 14E, as in echo.
Echo.
You recognize that photo, doctor?
Yes.
Move to admit, move to admit 14E as an echo.
No objection.
14E is admitted, and you have permission to publish.
What are we looking at here? What's the jury looking at?
So this is the back of the body. The first or the last two pictures we looked at were the front of the body. This is after the body has been turned over. We're looking at the right kind of back side. So the right arm is going to be towards the right side of the screen. The head is at the top of the screen. The feet will be at the bottom of the screen. It's all we see here is the waist. And then just under the right arm, on the lateral right back or the side of the right back, is the entrance gunshot wound.
That's the entrance?
That's correct.
The entry wound? So I'm going to just show both of them together, or I'm going to flip-flop. So that's my entry wound, correct?
Correct.
That's 14E as an echo, and I'm going to show you 14C as in Charlie, and that's the exit wound, right?
Correct.
So can you explain how that works? What's the bullet doing with the body, the entry and exit wound?
So typically, in general terms, entrance gunshot wounds are generally going to be more round and regular, have smoother margins. They will typically have an associated marginal abrasion that's usually smooth and rounded as well. As the bullet pushes through the skin, it creates that abraded margin. It's hot and it's moving fast. And as it pushes through the skin, it also pushes through whatever is underlying that skin. If it's bone, especially if it's flat bone, it can create a characteristic fracture pattern to that bone. So specifically the skull or flat bone being the sternum, sometimes ribs are also flat bones, in which as the bullet pushes through it, it causes what is called beveling, in which an entrance gunshot wound will have internal beveling, meaning that there's a punched out margin on the inside of that bone, versus an exit gunshot wound will have external beveling. So as the bullet is leaving the body, pushes through that bone, it breaks outwardly. So internal beveling, entrance, external beveling, exit. For flat bones, tubular bones, which are the bones of the extremities, are not typically you're not going to have those features associated with them. So it's something that we see most commonly with the skull, but we look for it in other areas of the flat bones as well.
So you can determine, based upon the injury, entry and exit.
Correct.
And just so the jury knows, 14E is an echo. That is an entry wound, in your opinion.
Correct.
And that's the right flank side of the victim.
The lateral right back.
And 14C is in Charlie. You can tell, in your opinion, that's an exit wound.
That's correct.
And so can you tell the jury the trajectory of the bullet that's going through? I mean, is it easy for you to describe and show how that bullet is traveling?
Sure. It's going from the right to the left, and it's going from the back to the front and upward in the body. That's the trajectory of the bullet in the body.
And what, in your autopsy finding, what does it, when that bullet enters the victim's body, what is it going through? What organs and bones and tissue does it go through?
Can I refer to my record?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
After perforating the skin and soft tissues of the right lateral back, it goes through the posterolateral right 6th, 7th, and 8th ribs, all of them. Intercostal soft tissues, so that's like the muscles and arteries and veins between the ribs is intercostal soft tissues. There's associated internal beveling of the ribs that are fractured. It then passes through the right lung with injuries of the lower, middle, and upper lobes of the right lung. The pericardial sac, which is the fibrous lining around the sac of the heart, around the heart. The ascending aorta, so the aorta is the major artery that leaves the heart that supplies oxygenated blood to your whole body. The ascending part of it is the very first part after it leaves the heart. And then it goes through the sternum, which is the chest plate in the middle of the chest, and the anterior left second rib, which is right next to the sternum. And there's external beveling, which is, as we talked about, associated with exit gunshot wounds. And then it passes through the soft tissue and the skin of the left chest. There's associated fractures, hemorrhagic lacerations, and retained blood in the sac around the heart. There's 50 milliliters of blood in the sac that's surrounding the heart. There's not supposed to be blood in that space. There's typically just a very small amount of clear fluid that serves as kind of a lubricant for the heart when it pumps. There's not supposed to be blood in that space at all. And there's 50 milliliters of blood in that space. And there's also 340 milliliters of blood in the right chest cavity. Again, there's not supposed to be blood freely flowing around your lungs on the right side of the heart or the right side of the chest. And there's 340 milliliters in the right chest cavity.
Would that be significant injuries to the body?
Very significant, yes.
And when you say there's blood flowing in the body, would that be like consistent with internal bleeding?
Correct. This is the blood that is still within the body cavities that I'm able to measure at the time of autopsy.
And just so we understand, the bullet's coming through the right lateral, and it's coming out through the chest, mid-plate chest area, right?
Correct.
Hey, Ashley, what time does JAD start today?
I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 14F. You recognize that photo?
Yes.
And what's that a photograph of?
It's a closer-up picture of the entrance gunshot wound.
You're going to move to admit 14F.
Thank you.
No objections.
14F is admitted, and you have permission to publish.
All right, you already said it, but just explain one more time what we're looking at.
This is a closer-up picture with a ruler of the entrance gunshot wound of the decedent. You can see the central defect, and as well as the marginal abrasion. That pink area around it is where that superficial layer of skin gets rubbed off as the bullet pushes through the body, the skin.
Is there something to be said about the shape of the entry wound? In your opinion, anything about the shape of the entry wound?
It's ovoid. It's kind of oval, has an oval shape to it. It's just a description, but I wouldn't call it an irregular, which is what we typically see with exit gunshot wounds. This is more rounded and regular with marginal abrasion consistent with an entrance gunshot wound.
I'm going to now show you one more photo, 14G, as in giraffe. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
I remember.
And what's that photograph of?
This is an exit gunshot wound, the exit gunshot wound.
You're going to move to admit 14G into evidence?
No objection.
14G is admitted, and you have permission to publish.
Walk the jury through what we're seeing on this photograph.
This is the exit gunshot wound. It's more irregular. It's not as rounded. It has kind of angulated margins to it.
Do you recall the age of the victim in this case? The age of this person?
48 years old.
And did you have a conclusion to what had happened to him? A finding?
Yes.
What's your finding in this case?
Perforating gunshot wound of the trunk.
Is that consistent with homicide?
The manner of death is homicide, yes.
Manner of death is homicide. And you said some of the blood, you took out the organs and some blood, and you bisected the organs and you sent the blood out for testing. Is that what you did?
Yes, the organs were examined after they were removed from the body, and blood was collected at the time of examination, in addition to the fluid from the eyes and urine, and they were sent to the toxicology lab for toxicology screening.
I don't know if that idea has occurred to them.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Honestly.
As I'm looking, when you conclude your autopsy, what's the standard protocol, what you do with the victim's body?
The organs go back in, and the body is sutured, and I release the body after I've finished with everything. We've gotten everything we need. The body will be released to, typically it's a funeral home that the family has made arrangements with.
You recall taking like nail clippings and hair and other items from the victim's body?
In cases such as this, that's typically routine. It is done at the request of the investigative agency, and it's usually not done by myself. It's done by the people that are assisting me.
Okay, I'm going to show you, this is the only one, Your Honor, I'm going to show, but I want to show you a picture of the injury, well, parts of the injury inside the body. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 14H. You recognize that photograph?
I do.
And what's that a photograph of?
It's the right chest cavity from the inside after the lungs and heart have been removed, and the lining over the inside of the ribs has been removed. So the pleura is that lining across the lungs that we strip it away. And then it shows the area of fractures on the right lateral chest, the rib fractures specifically.
From the injury?
From the inside of the body.
Yep. Your Honor, move to publish 14H as in House.
No objection.
14H is admitted and you have permission to publish.
So that's, one more time, just walk us through, and you can draw on the board on the screen too. Just walk us through what we're looking at on that photograph. Can you draw or no?
Maybe.
Oh.
I haven't tried.
There you go.
Okay, so this is the vertebral column here from the inside of the body. So your spine, his spine. These little yellow white areas are going to be the ribs, and the pink between them is that intercostal soft tissue, mostly muscles, nerves, arteries, veins. And so the lungs and heart have been removed. This is the area of injury. So on the outside, we saw the skin entrance gunshot wound. This is looking at the inside of the wound, and here you see these irregular areas. These are all fractures of those ribs on the right, as well as it shows the external beveling on the ribs that were injured by the gunshot wound, the bullet.
Did you find in your autopsy, did you find any fragmentation of any bullet inside the body?
No.
You find any, you know what the difference between a full metal jacket and a hollow point is, for example? If you don't worry about it.
I'm not a ballistics expert. I have a general idea, but it's not my area of expertise.
But there was no bullet fragments found in the victim's body, was there?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Of the 5 years you were with Pima County, how many gunshot wound autopsies do you estimate, how many you've worked on and been consulted on?
Too many.
Too many. And in your opinion, have you seen the difference between, say, a handgun injury versus a long rifle or longer type gun?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen shotgun wounds, I've seen rifle wounds, I've seen a lot of handgun wounds. But yeah, I mean, probably 100, just homicides. Most of those are going to be gunshot wounds, and that doesn't even include the suicide gunshot wounds that I see, which are many more than the homicides.
And in your opinion, with we got the entry wound, we have the damage we just saw, and then we also have that exit wound. In your opinion, would that be from a handgun, a shotgun, or a gun like a long rifle or some different
Objection, Your Honor. She said she wasn't a ballistics expert, wouldn't have that. She just generalizes the type of weapons that she comes across from the knowledge that's given to her. So I don't think she's personally has that skill set to be able to identify the type of weapon.
I'm not saying the actual weapon. I'm talking about the difference between a handgun, shotgun, and rifle. And she's testified she's seen, quote, too many, and so she's seen all three type of injuries in her career. And so I think she can opine on what type of weapon was used for this injury.
The objection is sustained for lack of foundation, but you can try to lay additional foundation.
Dr. Tim, of the homicides that you've dealt with, or including the suicides, they've used sadly most of them are gun related, right?
Yes.
And those gun related, how many times have you seen a handgun used in either a homicide or a suicide?
The majority.
The majority. And when a handgun's used, in your opinion, I'm sorry, back up, strike that. When you review a body from a handgun injury, you see the type of damage that handgun can cause, right?
Yes.
And you can see the internal organs of the body too. I mean, you do the same kind of analysis, like in this case, with a handgun injury, right?
Yeah, gunshot wounds are processed in a similar fashion, yes.
So you see the entry wound?
Yes.
You see the exit wound?
Correct.
And you see the damage inside the body?
Yes.
All right. You also have done cases with a shotgun?
Yes.
So you've seen the entry wound?
Yes.
You've seen the exit wound?
Correct.
And you also see damage within the body?
Yes.
And you also have done cases with a rifle, right?
Yes.
You've seen the entry wound?
Yes.
Exit wound?
Correct.
And damage within the body?
Yes.
Are they different?
They can be very different, yes.
Can be very different. What's the difference between, say, a handgun versus a long gun?
Long gun rifle wounds tend to be more devastating. They're higher power. So there's going to be more damage to the organs than just a handgun. Is a lower velocity. So they tend to be less destructive to the organs.
And are you able to give a determination in this case by looking at, with your experience, don't give me the determination yet, but are you able to give a determination of what type of weapon was used which caused the entry, exit, and damage within the body?
The findings at autopsy are most consistent with a rifle.
I didn't ask that, but I think I laid the foundation for the answer, Judge.
May I take the witness on board, Iyer?
Let's go.
Let's crank this up. Ready? Defense is talking. It's impossible to hear him. He moved the microphone out of the way.
So you remember, members of the jury, in my preliminary instructions, maybe, that one of the things that can happen is a judge strikes the answer. So the last answer is stricken. The last answer is stricken because it called for a yes or no answer. The question called for a yes or no answer, and it was specifically phrased that way. And then the witness may have misinterpreted the question, I don't know, but the witness did not answer yes or no, she gave the answer. So that answer is stricken, and you should not consider it as part of the evidence of this case. Now I'm going to allow defense counsel to what we call voir dire the witness. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State's still standing there. Just
In
like,
your training, you said you didn't have any ballistics training, correct?
I have ballistics training in the sense that it's part of forensic pathology training, but not in the sense that I'm a ballistics expert.
And they're all different types of weapons, correct?
Yes.
Handguns and rifles, correct?
Yes.
And there are high-powered handguns that are out there. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you're trying to testify that a high-powered handgun could have not produced this type of injury?
I guess it's possible.
Okay, but you formed an opinion, and I'm trying to figure out where you're getting this opinion. In a lot of your cases, you might have been given the variable of what gun is suspected to be utilized in a shooting, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you get a narrative, and there's one in this case where a detective or investigator puts out there what they believe might have happened, right?
Yes.
So sometimes when you're forming opinions of types of wounds, you're being provided the information of what type of gun it might be. Isn't that true?
Correct.
But you weren't trained in distinguishing all the different types of guns and the wounds that it's capable of producing, correct?
Not all of them, no.
Okay, and there's a lot of guns on the market. Would you agree?
Yes.
And would you also agree that distance can make a difference of how the wound might look, correct?
Yes.
And the caliber or the type of bullets that come out of a gun, shotgun versus a BB gun, obviously would be different, right? The types of wounds that you could expect to see.
Can you repeat the question?
That bullets can make a difference on the type of wounds that might be seen by you. The size of the bullet?
Yes.
The state asked you about hollow point and different types of other bullets, right?
Correct.
And in this case, there is no bullet, is there?
There's no retained bullet.
You were not shown any bullet that came from this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find a bullet, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea if this is a high-powered, larger type of bullet from a handgun or from a long rifle or any other type of rifle, correct?
Correct.
So I will continue with my objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Could you ask the jurors to please disregard?
I did already.
Okay, thank you.
I did. I struck the answer.
Your Honor, may I try?
The objection sustained. Let's move on.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Tim. Would this injury be consistent
This is where he goes to the
with a
same
weapon,
question.
a gun? Can we just agree to that? Would this be consistent with a weapon, a gun?
Yes, this is a gunshot wound. The cause of death is a gunshot wound.
And did you find in your analysis of the skin or clothing any kind of residue around the injury, both entry and exit, or clothing that you may or may not have? Did you find any gun residue?
I did not notice any fouling or stippling on the surface of the skin at the time of examination, which is burnt and unburnt gunpowder. Typically seen in intermediate range gunshot wounds. So a gunshot wound in which there is a muzzle to target distance.
I'm going to object. I believe that was the question, and she's going into her own narrative.
All right, I'll sustain it, but you can ask another question.
So explain to it, once again, explain what stippling is, real quick, for the jury.
Stippling is small punctate abrasions on the surface of the skin around an entrance gunshot wound in which it's an intermediate range, meaning the distance from muzzle to target is a few inches up to approximately 1.5 feet for most weapons.
And there's no such stippling in this case?
That's correct.
And how about gunpowder residue or any of that, anything like that in this case?
No.
And what would that be indicative of if there was gunpowder residue on the skin?
They're both seen in intermediate range gunshot wounds.
Let me ask about correlating in your experience. What's the term correlating refer to?
Find the email, Pauline.
Um,
The jury counter is going. The counter in an hour and a
bringing
half.
together
will be accurate.
information, seeing if it relates.
And that's, so in this case, what kind of correlation do we do in this case when you look at an autopsy like this? What do you do? I mean, you're considering a bunch of data points. You're considering entry wound, exit wound, and all those things, right?
Clock's going.
Sorry, Judge. Thank you.
Just walk me through what kind of correlating would be happening in an autopsy like this.
So the biggest thing is I'm looking for cause of death. So I'm going to look at the body. I might have a story as to how someone comes in and how the story fits with what I'm seeing on the body. Sometimes the story would be someone shot themselves, and I do the examination, and I think that doesn't really fit the story. So there needs to be further investigation. If the story was that this person was shot by someone else, I want to make sure that it's not, a contact gunshot wound was going to be more consistent with someone shooting themselves, or possibly no one considered that information. So we want to see that the story fits what we're looking at.
And were you told
Defense
anything
attorney
about
is
when the
Kathy.
body
Kathy
comes in
Borstrom.
and you're asked to do an autopsy? Were you told anything about the story in this case?
I don't remember specifically the exact information that I received, but I would have had some information, yes.
Do you remember it being inconsistent with your findings, the story being inconsistent with your findings?
No.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let me talk to counsel for brief.
Oh, just a second.
See if we can listen in on this one.
On the injury, doctor, if I may, Your Honor. On the gunshot, the injury and the damage to this person, how impactful is this on a victim, ability to survive it or the length of time to survive an injury that you saw?
This might be what they want.
So there's injury to the major artery, right, the aorta, which is the vessel that carries oxygenated blood to the heart muscle itself, to the brain, to the muscles, to all of the vital organs. Right after it comes out of the heart. And there's a large laceration tear through that artery. So oxygenated blood isn't going to be reaching where it needs to reach. It's just going to be collecting outside of the normally closed system. So life can be sustained until the reserve is gone, which is, a cardiac cycle or so. An injury like this can be fatal pretty quickly. I wouldn't call it instantaneously lethal. Typically, when we think of instantaneous death, it involves the brainstem. So the respiratory and cardiac centers are all within the brainstem. If we have a gunshot wound that goes through a brainstem, it's considered pretty instantaneously incapacitated death occurring. Here, it's going to be pretty quick because it's the very large artery that is injured, and the blood isn't going to be going where it's supposed to be going. Maybe function retained for a few minutes. It's really hard to know. There's so many variables that go into each person. The underlying state of health, what the person was doing prior, so many different things that play into that, and really no way of studying multiple people getting multiple gunshot wounds and this type of injury. So an estimate would be, a few seconds to a few minutes.
A few seconds to a few minutes?
Correct.
Can an individual, in a few minutes, can an individual continue walking like normal or running like normal for a few minutes, or is it death within a few minutes? Do you understand the difference between the two?
I do, and both of those are possible.
Oh, that hurts their case.
On the distance and the time of death, it depends upon the victim, right?
Correct.
And there's no way of knowing about, would there be a blood trail? Would this kind of injury cause a blood trail?
Potentially. There are two defects from which blood could leave the body, right? There's an entrance wound and an exit wound. So if the blood was leaking out of either of those wounds and the person was moving, there could be blood on the ground, or he was clothed, so it could just be being absorbed by the clothing. Many things that I don't have an answer to. I don't know.
But the victim could have been stopped in his tracks and collapsed also.
Yes.
Can the victim talk with this type of injury?
Potentially.
That was not good for the state.
Thank you. Let me talk to counsel. Denise.
What you got to say, Judge?
So another judge scheduled a hearing in this, the letter uses this courtroom at 1 o'clock. I think you're just somebody ready to involve it.
Another judge needs.
Require the court reporter. I just want to make sure she has enough time to rest. Is that enough time for you, Denise? All right. You all right with that? Waiting for cross-examination? It's 11:45. I'd like to recess now.
Judge wants to recess now. Another judge needs Denise and the court.
I need to give the court reporter additional rest, so that's what we're going to do, okay? And then we'll resume at 1:30.
So they're going to take a rest right now.
What's that? Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well, it's time for lunch. Who's hungry? Good. Healthy appetites. All right. We're breaking a little early. Another judge has scheduled a hearing at 1 o'clock, and it requires the court reporter. So we're going to break a little bit early to give the court reporter a little extra time for rest. But we will recommence at 1:30. Please be in the jury room at that time.
Okay. We're going
I'll
to
excuse
go back.
the jury.
I have to record that. Three, two.
Well, it's time for lunch. Who's hungry? Good. Healthy appetites. All right. We're breaking a little early. Another judge has scheduled a hearing at 1 o'clock, and it requires the court reporter. So we're going to break a little bit early to give the court reporter a little extra time for rest. But we will recommence at 1:30. Please be in the jury room at that time. I'll excuse the jury, and I'll stay here with counsel. Have a good lunch.
I realized that that joke was in bad taste. We're gonna pop away from that. That was That was the testimony. I guess there is some cross that's coming up that the jury might get to rehear as well. So we might play that as well. That was the testimony of Dr. Tim that the jury has requested to hear this morning, but they'll get to hear first thing this morning, probably when they show up in about an hour and 20 minutes or so to court. The sound effect, the sound bite, terrible timing, terrible taste. But I want to take it and add it to the lunch command so that instead of just being able to hear the one you might hear in just a second, if it works. Why are commands not working? I know why. Let's see, the commands are coming from there to on. Why are commands not working? Headphones to here. Okay, I got to fix something. Anyway, I wanted instead of just hearing when are we going to break for lunch, Judge, I want to be able to have it alternate between that and it's time for lunch.
Have them send someone with more experience.
See, that one worked just fine. Not sure why the lunch one didn't. All right. Anyway, we'll get that sorted out. Let's quickly. Let's see. This is day.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
There it is. Day 6 a.m. So we're going to go day 6 p.m. and catch the cross-examination of that witness.
All right, we're back on the record.
The jury will get to hear that as well.
Record show the presence of the defendant.
Somebody
And counsel.
just
The
sent
jury
me
is
a
absent.
video of roaches
Counsel,
fighting.
grab these, please.
I don't know who won.
Oh, right on the headsets first thing. It's going to be loud.
Everybody on? So, the court administrator just informed me that following our discussion before lunch about the visitation issue, media outlets have been calling prolifically, asking to be present for that. And, the court administrator said basically that'll be up to the judge. I just want to bring that to your attention. I'll hear from you on that. My inclination is a firm no. I'm not going to turn this into a media circus. It's on private property. It's not court in session. So give that some thought. And if you have any objections to that, I'll hear them. But this is going to be, if we pull this off, if it happens, the jurors are going to go there. They're going to walk from point A to B to C to D to E to F, whatever it is. No talking, no discussion. Get on the bus and come home. It's going to be tightly controlled and a firm no unless I hear some very strong persuasive objection about the media being present. So give that some thought, okay?
Okay. Oh, no, they're still talking. Hang on. Sorry, the sound is really bad here. But okay. Firm no. Media cannot go on the jury tour. Firm no. All right. Let's hear the. Give them a minute to get everything underway, to get the witness back on the stand. We're here at the cross-examination, maybe some redirect. Waiting for the jury right now. We're going to keep, when are we going to break for lunch, Judge? But that command, instead of just doing that one, it's going to randomly select
the witness command, actually.
Between that and the, all right, who's hungry command. And we might add more lunch commands as more things come along in other trials.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Okay, so while this happens, let me get Chad Daybell's stream ready, because that's going to happen here soon, right?
Thank you. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant, and the witnesses retaking the stand. Thank you, doctor. And as soon as the witness is ready and the defense is ready, you can cross-examine.
Dr. Tim, are you settled in?
Are you buckled up, Dr. Tim?
No.
Oh, this is skeletons here. I love this one.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tim.
Good afternoon.
Let's go back over some of the evidence and talk about a few other things that might have been brushed over or not mentioned, okay?
Sure.
Okay. So back on January 30th, you learned that there was a deceased in a possible incident, correct?
Correct.
When did you actually learn of it?
Most likely at the morning meeting on the day of the autopsy.
Okay, and what day again was that?
February 1st, 2023.
Okay, so I know that the body arrives. In what time period did the body arrive to your location?
I do not know. That would be documented within the case file, but that's not something that I keep track of in my records.
Okay, but is it in the file itself?
Yes.
Do you know where that might be located? Where it might be noted?
Body receival time?
Yes, please. Can you look?
I don't have the case file.
Oh, you don't have the report?
I have my report.
But not the full file?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you just raise up so I can see the report, the size of the report that you're looking at? It's pretty thin.
There's 7 pages of my report.
Okay. So at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness. I have on exhibit, defense exhibit AAA. I just want to show it to her. I have some Post-its in it, so that's just for my references, okay? But can you identify what this full document is? Just look through it, peruse it, and then tell me if you know what it is.
There's an affidavit on the front page. There's a copy of my CV.
Which is very much like a resume for anyone that doesn't know that term, correct?
Yes. There's a copy of autopsy report for the decedent. Toxicology report.
I like the ASMR of turning pages.
Looks like the contents of the case file, probably. Fingerprints of the decedent. Identification card, copy of. Copy of a disc. And some photographs.
Do those photographs look familiar?
Daybell court feed is up. We're going live with it now. It's actually got just a placeholder, but
Yes, they're autopsy photographs for the decedent.
Would that be the ones that you talked about that you took?
Yes. And there's pictures of property, it looks like, and tattoos.
Which were the tattoos were found on the decedent's body?
Yes. And a photograph of the decedent.
Okay. didn't bring this full file, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you need it for any reason to reference it, please let me know, okay?
Yes.
So you just brought in a few pages of your ultimate findings, right?
I brought in my autopsy report.
Okay, but you're responsible for the other things that were in this full file, right? Like the photos.
Our office is.
Okay, but you took the photos, correct?
I took some of those photos, yes.
Okay. Well, you didn't say these were detective photos, did you?
Oh, it is.
No, but there's other people employed in my office that take photographs as well.
But you are the lead in this medical examination of this deceased, correct?
I'm the physician who performed the autopsy.
Okay. And so you also helped with collecting any stuff like blood or other fluids of the body, right?
I collected blood for toxicology testing, and vitreous fluid and urine for toxicology testing at the time of autopsy.
And the lab came back and gets put into the file, correct?
The results of the testing are put into a toxicology report that is returned to us and becomes part of the file.
And it was in here, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Here, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I'm referencing again, AAA, Defense AAA. So a file is created upon receiving a person for a possible autopsy, and then the different areas come together and work together and create this file, basically. Would that be a simplistic way of saying it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and I do like to keep it somewhat simplistic because, you know a lot. You're a doctor. You have a lot of education, don't you?
I'm a physician.
Okay. A medical doctor? Is that the same thing?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And you've never talked to me before, have you?
No.
Okay. And you're not angry at me for any reason, are you?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Now,
love that. Wow. Sure.
Let me understand something. You did your work, started conducting your work, you said on February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And yet the deceased was probably transferred upon death and brought to your department, your office. Would that be fair to say?
Can you repeat the question, please?
If police department, law enforcement suspect some foul play or something and want to get an autopsy, they're going to probably bring it directly to your organization?
Yes.
Okay. And so January 30th, a body was discovered, and then somewhere within hours or whatever happened, the medical examiner's office would receive it either later on January 30th or very early on January 31st, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to assume that a body is placed in a cooler of some sort, correct?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And it's an individual cooler. I've never been to your establishment, but where the body is laying on a table and slides into this cooler?
It's not an individual cooler. It's a large walk-in cooler.
Okay. How do you keep bodies separated?
They're in body bags on individual tables.
You gotta keep
Okay, and they all are ID'd, I would assume, correct?
No. We have a lot of unidentified individuals.
Do you give it a number?
Yes.
Okay, so it is ID'd in some format, whether you know who they are before or something that you do internally, correct?
They're given an identification number, yes.
Okay, I didn't say name, ma'am, I said ID'd. Okay, so identification, ID is short for identification, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's so you don't mix up bodies and get the wrong results, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that wouldn't be very good if you had results of someone else's autopsy for this body. That wouldn't be very good, would it?
No.
So there are internal controls to prevent that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, does the fact that, and I don't know, I'm going to rely on your expertise here, does the fact that a body that's placed in some form of cooler, does that change the timeline of things that one would expect to see as you go through the breakdown of decomposing upon death?
What was the question?
Does the refrigeration, the cooler, help change or alter or prevent anything about the decomposing of a body after, passing on?
Bodies are cooled to slow the decomposition process.
Thank you. Okay, so isn't it true, though, that there are a process of decomposing that happens upon death of each of us?
Decomposition occurs after death.
And that is a changing process?
It's a process of decomposition.
I feel like we're asking questions to an AI that doesn't understand the question.
In comparison to what?
Well, how about overall appearance, overall temperature, all the things that you think about when it comes to rigor, stuff like that.
I'm not sure what the question is.
When a person passes, does the body change through the different process that the body goes through, whether it's rigor, body temperature, and other things that you might expect to see as the body starts to decompose?
There are changes that the body goes through after death that are part of the decomposition process.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's start off. What was the time of death on this, please?
The time of death is 1824 hours.
Time of death versus, that was the wrong answer.
Okay, so you, in this report, notes that it's 1824 exact, correct?
That's the time of death.
Okay. And what is, let's clarify for anyone, one that is not military time savvy, what does 1824 mean?
6:24 p.m.
Okay. And what does it mean by exact?
That's the time the body was pronounced dead.
Okay. And 1824 is 6:24 p.m., not a.m., correct?
p.m.
And do you know where that comes from?
The pronouncement time?
Yes, please.
Is when someone has notified the overseeing agency that has someone that pronounces them dead.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happens in Santa Cruz County, who pronounces death here.
Okay. Now, you testified that you gather information, and the state asked you some questions about it. Hold on one second. And then you try to basically, take this information that you gather and then determine how it fits with what your findings are, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Correlating was the word that the state used. You remember that?
Yes.
And you defined it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw, I'm gonna call him Gabriel because I think it's easier for you to say it too. The deceased named Gabriel. Were you able to determine when you looked at the body how long has the body been dead? I mean, are you able to assess if that's an accurate time?
That's the time of pronouncement.
Okay. What did you find?
I documented the postmortem findings in that the body was cold, that rigor mortis was fully fixed in the muscles of the jaw and extremities, and there was faint fixed pink livor mortis over the posterior surface of the body, except in areas exposed to pressure.
And what does that tell you?
So those are the postmortem changes that are examined on the decedents that come into our office. Upon death, people cool to ambient temperature. So if you're in a warmer environment, your body is going to eventually cool to the temperature of that environment. The muscles become fixed after people die, and that's the rigor mortis. They become fixed up into a point in which they reach their maximum fixed. And when I say fixed, it means that if you try to manipulate the body, you won't be able to, or you'll have to use great force to counteract the fixation of those muscles in that position. So there's a certain point where it's going to reach its maximum, and then it's going to start to fade away again. And then the third is the lividity or livor mortis, which is the pooling of the blood after death. It is the discoloration that you see, can be misinterpreted for bruising, but it's really just like a purplish pink color of the blood pooling on the dependent surfaces. So gravity plays a role there in which you see that discoloration, but blood cannot pool in areas that are up against something firm. So you'll see areas of pallor or paleness that are up against a firm surface, so the blood can't come there. Up until about 12 hours, when you push on it, it will push away, and so it blanches. After around 12 hours, after you push on it, it won't go away. So these are all things that we examine to help understand how long someone may have been dead, with the caveat that they are all variable from individual to individual, and they're influenced by environmental factors. They're influenced by why the person is dead. So someone who is...
Okay, let me ask you another question. That was very thorough, thank you. But let's break that down a little bit. That's a lot of information for people that don't understand the science like you know it. So the question was going back to when you get to see the body, when you started to perform your autopsy, which of those levels or timelines was this body at that point in time when you started?
Well, we know that the body was pronounced dead at 6:30, 6:24 the night prior. I did the autopsy at 8:30 a.m., and the body had been in a cooler, and I documented the body was cold. Makes sense.
So does that not make it difficult to know about the hour timeline that has taken place? Let me give you an example. Maybe this will be more clear for you to understand me. My understanding is if the body's warm and stiff, that may represent a certain amount of hours, say 3 to 8 hours. Don't know if I'm exact, correct me if I'm not right. So the fact that the body's been in the cooler, how would you know if it's been within 3 to 8 hours, if that was true?
Typically, if that's a concern, that's something that should be assessed at the scene. If there is a concern as to the time of the injury versus the time of death, that would be something that would be assessed at the scene because...
So let me ask you about that, because that's a good point. If time was an issue, okay, could someone get to you being the medical examiner, okay, could law enforcement get to you expressing the urgency in determining the time by having you look at the body, urgent?
We employ a team of investigators, medical legal death investigators, that respond to scenes where there's people that are deceased that will examine the postmortem changes and document that. That's in Pima County.
Okay, in an event they used your county for hypothetical purposes, if that was an issue before law enforcement, they could get someone to either come out to the scene or look at the body as upon its arrival. How would that might look like?
I mean, I imagine they could make a request for somebody to respond to a scene.
Okay.
But again, these findings are variable, and it's not an exact science.
I understand that, but if you put a body in a cooler, you're taking away any chances of having some sort of estimate of time that the body has been deceased, correct?
In assessing exact postmortem changes, that's not even an exact science.
I understand, but there's usually a range that goes with it. For example, if the body's warm and stiff, some of the research that I've seen says it could be 3 to 8 hours. If that was true, let me go to the next one. Correct me anywhere where I'm just totally off. If the body is cold and stiff, now you might go from 8 to 36 hours. And then the last one is an example. If it's cold and not stiff, now you've gone past that rigor stage, and now you're at 36 plus hours. So it is a range, correct?
Yeah, those are ranges that I've seen in the literature.
Okay. And so by putting a body into the cooler, so to speak, I'm sure you have a better name than I do, you're altering the potential of showing the warmth of that body, meaning the body might be fresh within, if those numbers were correct, 3 to 8 hours, rather than now being altered with a cooler that might show it's cold and stiff, changing the times from 8 to 36. Isn't that possible?
Yeah, it's going to be cooled because it's in a cooler, but we also know there's a passage of time.
So when someone just gets put into the medical examiner's, placed into the cooler until the time of the autopsy is performed, we're losing potential information of biological indicators of time of death. It's possible, right?
It's being slowed, yeah.
Okay, it's being slowed by the cooler, but now we have altered what's natural.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So all you could go with is a time that someone reported the time of death to you. Correct?
The time of death is the time of pronouncement, yes.
Okay. And so just to conclude this area of topic, you have pronouncement, but you can't tell me the approximate time of death of the deceased, Gabriel, in this case, right?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Would you concur that the time of death could have been 6-something? 6:24?
That's the time of death, yes.
So, but medically, through your assessment, are you comfortable with that time?
That's the time that he was pronounced dead, so yes.
I'm asking medical inquiry to the time of death through your evaluation. Does it seem, you said that you go through this process of evaluating what you learn and what you observe. I'm asking, what did you observe? Does that seem reasonable?
Yes. It doesn't seem like he was been dead for 4 days.
Okay, but 6:24 is a reasonable time. That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Thank you.
Deliberation counter will appear when the jury shows up to start deliberating again. They've got 1 more hour before they'll be in court.
So in Pima County, just in case, I'm sure everyone here has lived here forever, but what city is Pima County out of?
Tucson is in Pima County.
Okay, and is that where the office is located?
Pima County Medical Examiner's office is in Tucson.
Thank you very much. Now, you said you had numerous people there watching the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Detectives, the prosecutor. Do you have help with staff while you're conducting it?
Yes.
How many people do you normally have help you?
Typically 1 or 2.
Okay. And just basically, what's their role?
Doing the paperwork, printing off labels, putting labels on body fluids that I collect, helping with collection of evidence, doing the evidentiary form, releasing the evidence to the investigating agency, maybe helping with photographs if their gloves are clean and mine are dirty, and helping with the evisceration process and the returning of the organs to the body and sewing the body up, transporting the body to and from the cooler, and helping with anything else that I might need along the way.
Okay. So it's sort of like if you were a surgeon and you would have physician assistants or nursing that would be assisting in you overseeing and doing your medical procedures, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on your findings, you list 2 points. Can you revisit those 2? What are they?
Perforating gunshot wound of trunk with skeletal, soft tissue, vascular, and visceral injuries. And Roman numeral 2 is cutaneous abrasions and contusions.
Okay. I think we talked a little bit about the first finding. What is the second finding about?
There were other injuries that I noted and documented on the skin.
And you explained in the process that you go through an autopsy that the first thing you do is like an assessment of the outer parts of the body, correct?
Correct.
And I would assume that's when you noted some abrasions.
Correct.
And in layman's terms, is an abrasion like a scraping of the skin?
Yes.
Okay. Just like a skin knee would be an abrasion?
Correct.
Okay, so something that scrapes against it caused some kind of markings, correct?
Or it scrapes against something.
Yes. One or the other contacts each other, but it causes the scraping.
Correct.
Right? And so, let's see here. Where in your report do you have noted some abrasions?
Under evidence of injury section.
Okay,
on page 4.
On page 4, can you please tell us out loud what are those locations?
On the bridge of the nose, on the right forearm, the left knee, and the front of the left leg.
This contradicts the defense or the state closing where they say there was no
Now, when you say the
evidence
front,
of
I
dragging.
imagine there's the part above the knee and a part below. Did you note it in any particular location? Upper leg or lower leg?
Well, it's the thigh and the leg. The thigh is above the knee, the leg is below the knee.
Thank you. I can't remember my science that well. Thank you. I'd like to approach this witness, Your Honor, with defense PP, Paul.
Pew, pew. I'd like to approach the witness with the defense's skeleton. Oh, that comes later. We'll get there.
Okay, can you please look at these photos yourself? There's a few of them in there. Turn the pages, look at them, and see if you can identify these photos.
As she does that, just a heads up for those that are interested in following the Chad Daybell trial that's up on the Top Mark Media channel. We're waiting any moment now. We do expect the court to begin the live feed. We do have a court watcher in court today. Denise Feldman-Ersland is there up in court watching the trial.
The first picture corresponds to the second injury on the right forearm. The second picture corresponds to the fourth and fifth injuries on the left knee and leg. The third picture corresponds to the first injury on the nasal bridge, as does the fourth picture.
Okay, so these photos accurately depict the photos that you or someone in your team took of these abrasions, correct?
And contusion.
And contusion. Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence PP, defense PP. Okay.
PP is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Pauline, we might be able to. Depends how long deliberations go.
What are we looking at? And
I think we'll be able to this morning.
First photo in my stapled group here. What are we looking at on this one?
In the middle of the screen is the abrasion on the right forearm. The hand is going to be on the right side of the screen as you're looking at it, and the shoulder elbow region would be towards the left side of the screen.
All right, and let the record reflect that I've pointed towards the hand, which is looking at the screen to the right, and to the left would be the rest of the arm, correct? So this is just above the wrist?
Correct.
Okay, kind of, would the hand be kind of flat if you were taking the picture?
It looks like the palm is facing down and the back of the hand is facing towards the top of the screen.
So this appears to be the side arm above the wrist?
The forearm.
The forearm, thank you. Side of the arm above the wrist, the forearm.
Side of the forearm.
Thank you. Let me show you the next photo. Okay, what are we looking at here? We'll call this B.
On the left side of the screen is the thighs with the knees, and then the anterior surfaces of the legs and the feet. The left leg is towards the top of the screen, the right leg is towards the bottom of the screen, and you can see an area of red-purple discoloration. That is the injury right on the left knee, as well as an additional area on the anterior surface of the left leg.
Would that be it here?
Correct.
Okay, so I pointed to the left knee, and below that, another injury, and nothing on the right side?
That's correct.
Now, we've seen this with the state's exhibit, but since it's in my packet, I'm going to show it again, and we'll move to C. What are we looking at here that you've seen before?
This is a front picture of the decedent's face, and you can see the area of injury on the bridge of the nose.
All right, blew up the picture, or zoomed it in. And am I pointing in the right direction on the bridge of the nose?
Yes.
Thank you. Apologize to have to show the jurors all this, but I'm going to give the last one in this group, D. What are we looking at here?
This is a right lateral picture of the face.
Okay. And does it also show and reflect the nose?
Yes.
And the injuries being up in this area right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
Okay. And these are abrasions?
That's an abrasion, yes.
Okay. A bruise is usually from impact, right? And it causes some form of bleeding under the skin?
A bruise is a contusion, which is also a type of blunt force injury.
So a contusion is bleeding underneath the skin that rises and allows us to see off-color?
A contusion is bleeding underneath intact skin.
Okay, so there's no open wound usually with a contusion?
Not with a straightforward contusion, no.
Okay. But an abrasion is more not of a direct impact, but more of a scraping of, correct?
It's blunt force injury, so it just has a different appearance. It's the loss of the superficial layer of skin.
Okay.
That's an abrasion or a scrape.
And something causes that resistance to cause it to have that appearance versus just a bruise, correct?
They're both a result of blunt force injury, blunt trauma.
Right.
Something impacting the body or the body impacting something blunt.
But if I fall and skin my knees, it's because it scraped along the pavement or whatever versus just fell direct down, which might just cause bruising, correct?
There's different variables that play a role in it. If it's against a rough surface and it just fell down, you still may have an abrasion from it.
Can a dragging cause an abrasion?
Yes.
When the body comes in, is the body naked, or do you have clothing on it as it was, when it arrives?
It depends on where the body comes from.
So in this case, do you know if the body was clothed before you did your job?
Yes, the body was received clothed.
So if there was a photo that showed tears in the clothing and underneath it an abrasion, does that support the fact that there could have been like skinning the knee, that type of injury?
Thank you, Pauline.
Yes.
In other words, if there's a tear above the abrasion, then it supports that something came in contact with resistance to that area, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you note any of that in your observations, or was that not your job to do that?
I don't look at clothing.
Okay. So you have no idea if this body has been dragged. You can't say one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
But it's possible?
Yes.
Okay. Now, but did you testify about clothing and the bullet defect, and irregular defect? Did you have some testimony about that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Let's talk about directionality of these bullet holes that you've observed. You don't know which way the subject would have been standing or sitting or doing whatever. You're not here to testify you have any knowledge of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about the angle of this wound? Are you here? You do know there was an angle from the entrance to the exit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I do a demonstrative thing with the court?
With what?
My new friend.
We're going to bring out hello to my little friend.
May I approach the witness?
Let's put it in the center.
Oh,
Center of the wrong place.
They're wheeling out Skelly. What I don't know. What his name be? My new friend, Mr. Bones. Isn't there a movie quote line? Say hello to my little friend. Something like that. I butchered the accent, but
I doubt it. I'm not sure, though.
But it is anatomically correct from what you can see, correct?
The skeletal system, yes.
So I'm a visual person. I know jurors can be too. So what I'd like to ask if you would step down from your seat and help demonstrate this. Okay?
Jose, can you bring our mic for us?
Let's get up.
Jose. Mic up. I did butcher it. Yes. It was from Scarface. Never seen it.
Well, we're going to use this rod, and I want you to point out, let you hold it while you start your talking. You talked about some damages or beveling of the ribs. Let's back up a little bit. Explain beveling one more time.
The beveling.
Beveling is a fracture pattern seen on flat bones.
What does that mean? Why does it do that? Why do you have that pattern?
It's the way the bullet passes through the flat bones and pushes the surface of the bone with it.
Okay, sometimes beveling is almost like a polishing type thing that it does to it. Is that similar or something different?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Is it a direct impact or a skimming of that location to cause beveling?
It can be both.
Okay. Now, when you talk about rib numbers, how do you count ribs to know which rib we're talking about?
From the top down.
Okay. And you said there was an entrance wound where? Rib number, and you need to look at your report, we can get that for you.
Yeah, I don't have it memorized. Posterolateral right something.
Let's watch this. I think this will give us a better angle of the demonstrative. I might have to move out of the way if they move the skeleton. No, Mike sharing.
Posterolateral right 6th through 8th ribs.
Okay. Point right now where that would be.
these 3 ribs here, 6, 7, and 8. This is kind of the posterolateral region. And these ribs.
Okay. Still kind of high up, depending on the size of the person, right?
I don't have an opinion to that.
Okay. Now, where is the exit wound?
Anterior, left, second, right next to the sternum. It fractured the sternum in this area, the second rib.
Can you put this rod through the location of the entrance as close as you can and show where it would look like if where the bullet exited, please? Hold your report.
She's going to skewer it. Yeah. She deftly maneuvers the spear.
Roughly in that area.
Now, you named 3 ribs where it entered in. Where did you place it between those 3?
Below the 7th.
Okay. Now, so you said 6 through 8, right?
Correct.
So you just took the middle road for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why would a bullet hit 3 ribs?
Because of the velocity associated with it.
What about the angle? I'm going to turn them a little bit just so jurors can see different perspective.
That's a good angle.
If something was lower and went into an upward movement, is it possible that the angle caused the impact damage to more than 1 rib?
I'm not sure what that question is asking.
If I was down low, shooting upward, is it possible the projectile hit more than 1 rib, causing the fracture or the break?
You would expect a more direct or upward trajectory for that to happen. It would have come this way, not crossed the line.
Do the ribs and all the bones affect the possibility of a change in the direction? Is that possible?
Fractures and going through bone are going to change the projectile.
Will?
Yes.
Okay. So once the bullet comes through and hits the body, going past the skin and hitting, say, a rib or a bone, could that alter the change to some degree? Is that what you're saying yes to?
Well, it altered the trajectory from when it was outside the body to when it was inside the body. It now has its own trajectory because of what it's impacted.
Right. And so not only did it hit these 3 ribs by the sign of the injury, right? It went through soft tissue after, correct?
Before.
After it hit, okay, it went through soft tissue, then hit the ribs.
Correct.
Okay, then it went through some more soft tissue or organs.
Organs.
Like the heart.
Lung.
Lung.
First.
Okay, and that's a soft tissue, correct?
Correct.
But ultimately passing through, it hit another set of ribs before it exited, correct?
It hit the sternum and then the second rib.
Okay, tell us what a sternum is.
It's a flat bone, like a breastbone. Here is the sternum.
Okay, so let me look and see what you're pointing at. So it's the center bone that kind of connects the ribs and joins them together?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I point to my front right here, am I likely to be near my sternum?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm illustrating the center mass of my chest. Okay, and so it hits that bone, and then where on this was there another possible fracture or a broken bone?
The second rib is broke, so it comes through here, both of them.
And what part of the bone did you notice that injury to?
The anterior, right, peristernal.
Close to the sternum.
Yes.
Versus where on the back, let me flip our guy around. Becomes easy. Where on this ribs did you notice the injury? Like inner, closer to the spine, outer? Give me an idea there.
Right where I have it, posterolateral.
Okay, that was an easy one for you to put through, because that's where you saw it, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, we got a question answered. All right, you can sit down, thank you. Now, I know you're not here to explain or give explanations, but would it be unreasonable to think that the directionality of this bullet could have been at a lower elevation? Is that possible?
I'm not familiar with bullets in elevation.
But it starts lower, correct? The entrance, and proceeds upward, correct?
That's the trajectory through the body.
Right. So if I was sitting right here on the floor, very low, it's possible that it would, just common sense, that it would follow this pattern of entrance and exit, correct?
That's a possibility.
So if someone is at a lower elevation, is it possible? I'm not making you the expert, I'm just speaking with your knowledge and common sense, that this could have been a lower elevation shot that caused it go from down to upward, correct?
If the body was in an upright position, yes.
Okay. And there's other explanations, right?
Innumerable.
Right. And the problem is, you don't know, correct?
I don't know I know the trajectory of the bullet through the body.
Right. And we could see it now with this rod in there, that it starts low and goes high. That we do know, correct?
Yes.
And so all the possibilities that could be out there, we just don't know how this happened, right?
I do not.
Right. Now, you told us and testified about the amount of blood that was retained in this body upon your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
You also talked about a couple of different ways that one might pass. One, you mentioned, like, say they're shot in their head. What does that do as far as longevity of that person?
It's highly variable.
What's the judge
People can
waving
survive
to?
gunshot wounds to the head.
Depends where it is.
Yes.
If a bullet affects the central nervous system, would they be able to abstain for any length of time?
Yes.
How long?
Well, they can live. They can survive gunshot wounds to the brain.
Is it possible that that body would drop immediately?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And what about if someone is just kind of bleeding out? Just got internal organs, soft tissue organs, and causes a bleeding out. Could that be more of a longevity as far as how long someone can function?
What you're describing is like hemorrhage?
Yes, internal bleeding, hemorrhage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people can die pretty rapidly from that. It all just depends on whether aid is rendered and the underlying health conditions that the person has. And there's many variables that affect. One person might die from hemorrhage pretty quickly, and another person might live long enough to have aid rendered and survive it.
Well, I'm not talking about death as much as functioning upon receiving the injury. Okay, with internal bleeding, isn't it possible that a person can continue to walk for some time?
Some people, yes.
Okay. And if a person, it depends on how much they're bleeding, and you testified a little earlier about that. What did you testify about? You talked about it earlier.
About what?
About when someone is bleeding and how long they can last.
It depends on the person and what they're bleeding from.
So if a person can walk 1 mile per hour, for example, all right, something very slow, and then they are bleeding out at whatever rate, is it possible that they can go yards before they fall?
Yes.
Okay. And so with this type of injury, it's different than a spinal column injury or something that might take the person into a position of lights out. You know what I mean? In other words, they have a chance that they may still survive for some X period of time, depending, correct?
They could still have movement, versus if there was a spinal cord injury, they would be incapacitated pretty rapidly. This is an aorta injury, which could be a rapid incapacitation, but there's a potential that there may have been movement after as well.
Okay. And that movement could have been feet, maybe even yards, possibility, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just because this person falls down right there doesn't mean that's where they were shot with this type of injury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that he lost, or you collected 50 milligrams of around the heart, correct? Of blood?
Milliliters.
Milliliters, I'm sorry. Thank you. And about how much is that in a cup or some other measurement that we can relate to it?
Probably a couple of these.
Okay, can you hold that up for everyone to see? And have raised from your table little like Dixie cup type things that are there for you to have water, right? So you're saying about 2 of those.
Yeah, approximately. I don't know how many ounces these are, but.
Okay, and this is around the heart. And then you also testified that in the chest cavity, you also were able to collect 340 milliliters, correct?
Correct.
And give me how many cups of those would that be?
Well, 6 times, 7 times.
Okay. Now, the clothing can act like a sponge that's around it, absorbing the blood from the location of a bullet hole, right?
Yes.
And the clothing in this case had some blood on it, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And have you seen any photos of blood on the ground?
I have not, no.
Would it be surprising to you, based on knowing how this bleeding out is taking place, that there was very little blood on the ground?
I mean, there could be blood on the ground. There could be a small amount, a large amount. I don't know.
And is it possible that the bleeding that you would think you would see could have been all maintained internally in this body?
Yes.
Okay. And that accounts for the large amount of blood that you're seeing in areas that are normally not with that type of amount of blood, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, do you remember, well, when you analyze the outer parts of the body upon the start of your examination, do you look for things and objects that normally would not be normally found there?
Yes.
And did you notice in this case there was lots of debris on or around the body?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Approach the witness. Let me show you.
First shows the state. Bunch of pictures.
Let me show you what's been marked as, I think it's an OO, defense OO.
OO is the exhibit.
Does this photo that I'm showing you on top, we'll call it A, reflect the type of debris you found?
I describe it as particulate debris. So I see some particulate debris in the photo, yes.
Okay. And let's skip one more. And does this photo reflect the amount of blood on the clothing that was found and observed by you?
I don't know.
Okay, skip B. Let's go to C. Let's go to D. Again, at the medical examiner's office, is this photo taken? Does it appear to be?
It appears to have a body bag in the background, so yes.
Okay. And does that reflect, again, the particles that was observed with the body upon your examination?
Yes.
Okay, is there more photos in there? And then that, the next one, same thing, just different view?
Yes.
Is that the, and that one?
Yes.
Let's see. Need to talk to Elsa.
They confer. I think they're going to remove a photo. So less than an hour until the jury starts deliberating in this case. They'll be back at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time to continue. They've already deliberated for an hour and a half. Once they start deliberating, we'll put the counter back on the screen to indicate that they are actively in deliberation. Let's see, how deep will a metal detector detect on average? Only if we knew the model they used. Mr. Fixit, I'm assuming that they probably didn't use what we would call a specialty high-end machine, like a golden nugget detecting a metal detector. More of a detector that's suited for multi-purpose. Price-wise, they range between about $300 and about, $1,500, $1,800. I've got several of them in that range. They detect between 6 inches to 2 feet deep, but a bullet would most likely be very near the surface unless it was fired into a cloth, or sorry, not a cloth, a soil backdrop where it could penetrate. But something that was fired straight, it's probably going to be nearly on the surface. So any detector should have been able to find it if they went over the location where the bullet was.
Okay, I'm showing you, I'll call it OOA, for a picture of the right hand. Were you aware that the right hand was under the body, because it was also probably still had, which, the stiffness of that body, right? Did you observe the body being bent, the arm being bent?
No.
So you had no knowledge that this right arm was under the body upon observation of it?
That's correct.
Okay. But I'm going to show you from a photo from your location where the right arm, would you agree it is the right arm, right hand?
This is a picture of the right hand, yes.
Okay. And the debris that the hand is holding, correct?
That's on the hand, yes.
Okay. Which appears to be some kind of straw-like, long, grass-like material, correct?
Some of it, yes.
What else is there?
More granular. Maybe sand or dirt.
Okay. So let's point that out. So
these
right on the top, right there?
All over.
All over. Could this, thank you for drawing. Okay. Are you familiar that the terrain was in an environment like that? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, I mean, most of our cases come from the desert.
Okay. So this reflects that type of environment. Our cases come from the desert. Correct. All right. Now, there is all kinds of particles kind of stuck to this hand. And there are things in his hand. And that includes this straw-like grass material, correct?
Yes.
And the hand is somewhat closed or clenching in some form, right? That's how the photo was,
There's
right?
some flexion of the fingers in the picture, yes.
Okay. When a person dies, and as the body stiffens, does it stiffen in the position it was last in?
Typically, yes.
In other words, the hand doesn't move while you're dead, right?
Not unless someone moves it.
Okay. And so this could reflect someone, I don't know, being dragged or grabbing onto the environment, correct? Could be.
I don't know how the body had been manipulated after it was found. I mean, there's many variables that affect.
But in my hypothetical, it's reasonable, correct? It's possible.
If the body had laid there for enough time to pass so that rigor mortis had started, then yes.
Okay. But if someone's being dragged and grabs onto things and then passes, the results of it could still remain in the hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand, that's one hypothetical. Let me show you the next photo. So we'll call this B. Again, reflecting the same thing, the same right hand, correct?
Yes.
And the environment kind of sticking to the palm or the top of the hand, correct?
Yes.
And
BG, I'm so sorry. That is no fun.
Being clenched by the hand, correct?
Poking out of the interdigitory space, yes.
Thank you. A little bit different angle, but same shot. My last one, we'll call it C.
Thank you, BG, for your generosity as well.
Any idea? I mean, is this more clenched or just a different angle?
It's all the same to
Okay,
me.
thank
Just
you.
a little bit different view.
Okay. Now, you mentioned
Her mic's off.
that you get a
Council, it sounds like you're moving into a new area. It's 2:45. This is a good time to take a break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-afternoon 30-minute break, and we'll come back and continue with cross-examination.
Long cross, we're going to skip ahead because we are on replay. We want to hear all this that the jury is going to get to hear. We don't know if they're going to listen to the entire thing or if they are going to ask for a specific portion of this. That's something that they're going to be asked first thing this morning if they like to hear the entire thing. And sadly, if they say entire thing, poor Denise, there is no transcript, and they won't, from what we understand, they're not going to be playing the video. they're just going to have Denise, the court stenographer, reread the notes, and which she's capable of doing. I mean, she's a talented stenographer, but that is a lot of work for her to reread all this. So maybe there's a portion they can ask for, and that might help out a little bit. If they do reread it, I'm hoping we get to hear about it in court, like on the live stream. So we'll be watching for that. But break's over. We're back. Jury asked 2 questions. They asked, we want a appendix, a list of all the...
And you can continue with your cross-examination.
List of all the exhibits, and we want to rehear Dr. Tim's testimony.
Talked about something called stippling?
Yes.
Okay. Let's slow that down a little bit and go back over that. What is it?
Stippling is a pattern of injury seen on the skin that's caused by unburnt gunpowder impacting the skin and leaving small punctate red-purple abrasions.
So if I was suicidal and if you look my way for 1 second, and put a gun to my head, you would suspect in that scenario that you would see stippling on my scalp somewhere here, right?
No.
No?
I would be concerned if I saw stippling.
Okay, tell me why.
Stippling is seen in intermediate range gunshot wounds, not contact gunshot wounds.
Okay. Would anything else be left there if it was contact, like I illustrated?
Typically, we would expect to see a muzzle stamp or a muzzle imprint.
Okay, so you kept using the word intermediate range. Could you define that range again, please?
It's highly variable depending on the ammunition and the weapon. And the only way to know exactly distance from muzzle to target is to have the same ammunition and the same weapon and do repeated test firings.
Okay.
So when I'm giving numbers, it's general speaking, a couple of inches to typically 1.5 feet. Sometimes you'll see a little bit further.
So if I have a gun in my hand, which I'm using a pen.
The clock's going to be accurate as soon as they start deliberating at 8:30 when they return. It's all set up. Thanks for your reminders. I appreciate that.
Point a gun at this person. Is it possible that you might not see this evidence of stippling? Speak louder.
Typically, you would not expect to see stippling at that range of muzzle to body.
Because why?
Because gravity would pull the burnt and unburnt gunpowder off prior to it impacting the body.
Okay. So you can't testify that someone wasn't standing in my proximity to the subject. This is the deceased here. You can't testify if me having a very high caliber, let's say some sort of big handgun, pointed at the person like I'm robbing them, okay? It's possible that could have happened too, correct?
Can you repeat or rephrase the question?
Is there any evidence that would dispute that I'm standing here a few feet back from the subject, the deceased, having a handgun, pointing it at him, like as if I was robbing him? Is there anything that would dispute that happening based on your autopsy?
He was clothed.
Pardon?
He was clothed, so I wouldn't expect to see stippling on a clothed body anyhow, because the clothing is going to absorb the burnt and unburned gunpowder.
Okay, that was actually my next question. Thank you. Now let's go back to my question, but that was on my list. I'm going to creep up another small amount of space, okay? I'm holding a pen like it's a gun. I'm saying this for the court reporter. I know you can see what I'm doing. Or can you?
Get your hands off Mr.
Sure.
Bones.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything about your medical examiner report that would dispute the fact that I had a gun, as if I'm using maybe I'm robbing the guy or whatever, that would contradict it? Assuming this is a pretty powerful handgun, is there anything that would dispute it that you see in your report?
That the distance of the gun from the body is within where you had it.
Yes.
Is that the question? Yes. No, that's possible.
Okay. So, as you moved on to my next question, and I'm going to make sure I understand you, having clothing on
We think your microphone is off.
I'm sorry. Having clothing on you can obstruct any of the stippling from showing up on the body.
Yes, it would show up on the clothing, not the body.
Okay. And that's not something you would do, correct?
That's correct.
You only deal with the actual body itself?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to go back to, well, actually, let me do this. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter into evidence defense AAA, who has already been identified and shown to this witness, which is the full report of the medical examiner's report. I would like to note that it is a medical report. It does identify itself through a affidavit that has been put on there a long time ago. And the date of that report actually is, the affidavit is July 19th, 23. And she went through all the pages already to look at it. I peeled off a photo of the subject that I don't think is really part of the report that somehow got attached, so I took that off in all fairness.
Your Honor, I have no objection if the entire report, including the photo that she just took off, was.
You want that on?
It's part of the whole photo. Yes, I would.
Okay, I have no problem.
No objection, Your Honor.
Where's the typical one?
Without objection, defense exhibit AAA is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish a small portion of it.
Granted.
Somebody's tumbly was grumbly.
Investigator narrative. You did talk about earlier about getting information from law enforcement so that you could look at that information and then correlate with what you see in your examination, correct?
Yes.
And you said you did do it in this case, correct?
Yes, probably.
Okay. And that has come in this report under the form of investigator narrative, because you didn't author that, right?
Correct.
That's what you relied on to get you started, correct?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it says. Some of it could be prior to the examination. Sometimes information comes in after.
Okay. So if you could fall back on it if you need to based on your evaluation, or you could use it to get started.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to read it. It's very fine print. Put my flashlight on it. This is January 30th, 23. An unidentified male
They start in 15 minutes.
was reportedly with a group of foreign nationals that were observed by a homeowner on his property. Yes, it's 2 of 5, about 17 down approximately. The homeowner indicated that the group was running parallel to the property and had long rifles on their possession. So pausing there for a second, hence your reason to believe that this could have been a rifle, could have came from the investigator, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Because you would have read this in the beginning at least once, right?
Prior to signing my report, if it was authored on the 30th, yes.
Thank you. He then allegedly pursued the group and engaged them, firing one shot from his AK-47 rifle. Now you've been identified a type of rifle, right?
Yes.
But only one shot is noted. And you have one shot, right?
Correct.
But you didn't hear about the 8, 9 other shots in this case, did you?
I don't know the details.
Okay, let's keep going. 911 was contacted at 17:56 hours, and the decedent was located by deputies with Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office at 18:23. He was pronounced at 18:24 hours by Deputy Lopez. The decedent was, and that's where you get your time, right?
Correct.
The decedent was noted to have a defect to his right posterior, I'm sorry, it's the small print, aspect of the torso, as well as a defect to approximately the center upper anterior torso. No other defects were observed by the time the cause was reported, or the case was reported. Excuse me. To PCOME. However, the decedent had not been manipulated much. Didn't say not at all, it says much, right? Do you hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay. And in true best scenario, you wouldn't want the body to be manipulated in any way, correct?
Correct.
In order to preserve the potential evidence. The location of the decedent was in a flat area of the property and was approximately 100 yards from the physical residence. A Mexican voter identification card was located on the decedent with the name Gabriel Cuen Buitimea and date of birth of 9/26/74. Information was obtained via telephonic interview with Deputy Barba from the Sheriff's Office. Additional information was obtained via, I don't know, what PCOME, preliminary death form completed by Deputy Barba. So you got all that information from Deputy Barba. Would that be fair to say it came through some sort of communication, teletype internet, some sort of form of technology?
If that's what's documented, yes.
Okay, and that's what I read, correct?
Yes.
And then you just add that to the report, this whole report, that information got added, right?
It's part of the case file.
Okay. And it said that the subject shot one time at this deceased. And so you rely on that as being possibility of what's happened, correct?
Yes.
Just a chance to look at my notes for a second, Judge.
Possible facts. Maybe it was on a MySpace message or a poke on Facebook. We're not sure exactly how she got the information, but she got it, and it included it in the report.
Thank you. What was the lab results?
Which lab?
Blood work, drugs.
Toxicology?
Toxicology.
I don't have that part of the report. It was part of your document, though.
She's asking questions she fully knows the answer to. We are rewatching this because the jury is asked to rehear at least a portion of this Dr. Tim's, the medical examiner's testimony. So we're rewatching to try to get an idea of what the jury might be listening for. Jury starts deliberating in 9 minutes.
The toxicology screening positive findings included delta-9 THC at the level of 2.0 nanograms per milliliter from the femoral blood sample that was submitted to NMS labs.
What does that mean in English for someone that doesn't know lab work?
It's a metabolite of marijuana,
What does that mean, metabolite?
a breakdown product.
Okay, so there's signs of use of marijuana in his system?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a large amount, small amount, or does it matter?
The reporting limit is 1.0. It's double that. As far as amounts, I don't have an opinion as to numbers. It's not something I typically.
There's another page. Is that there's nothing else further? Is that all that was found?
That's the only positive finding, correct?
We're nearly done with their testimony. I think the defense is almost done. Then it'll be a little bit of redirect, possibly, and then she'll be finished.
Second to review my notes, Judge.
It's a long review. As soon as they're done, they don't get another shot at this one, so got to be thorough.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think they're going to address the, I don't remember, I think they addressed the issue of dragging, because that's a concern. That goes against
Tim,
their
are you
narrative.
familiar with marijuana and the breakdown metabolite of marijuana?
Not to the level of a forensic toxicologist, no.
Is THC or delta THC, is that the active ingredient or that's the breakdown of marijuana?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
That's fine. Let me ask you about your report that was entered, this lengthy report that has the photos, the CV, and your findings, and the toxicology report. In there, counsel read you the narrative about what was reported to have occurred on the day of January 30th. Remember that?
Yes.
And in that narrative, do you know who Officer Barba received the information from to fill that out? Do you know?
I do not, no.
It could very well have come from the defendant, right? You don't know. No information.
That's correct.
But you do have indication in the report about the use of, I want to make sure I read it right in the report, the use of a certain type of weapon that was used in this case, right? It said an AK-47. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is the wound that you saw, the entry, the exit, and the damage inside the torso of the victim consistent with an AK-47?
Yes.
Objection?
I'm going to go to the skeleton real quick. We have a lot of things with this demonstrative device here. One thing, let me just find it for it. Do you have Government Exhibit 14? Thank you.
I say objection because this witness says she doesn't know bullets trajectory. She's not super familiar with firearms.
It's already been admitted. 14H. You recall that photo?
Yes.
And just remind the jury what that photo is again.
It's the inside of the right chest cavity, the area underlying the entrance wound, and it's showing the multiple rib fractures with the associated hemorrhage and the large defect in the chest wall.
What's that? Oh, yeah, sure.
We're hearing this 1.25 speed, so if the court reporter has to read the entire thing back, that would be painful.
First, I'm going to come over to the skeleton here, and we've got this upright, vertical, perpendicular to the ground skeleton, right?
Yes.
And you remember when defense counsel was using a pin to show where a possible entry was going to be conducted from a gunshot? You remember that?
Yes.
Right, and this is assuming a lot of variables, correct?
Correct.
Assuming the victim is upright, assuming someone is standing kind of right behind the skeleton here, right?
Correct.
And shooting at an upward angle with a handgun.
Right.
A lot of assumptions in this case, right? In this fact pattern, right?
Yes.
Right. What I want to do, though, is talk about my 6, 7, 8 ribs, right?
Correct.
Do you mind coming down and doing this again for me? Looking at that photo, 14H. Oh, I have another.
I don't know if they had a ballistics expert because they didn't have the bullets.
Using 14H, remind the jury where that is on the body. So starting below the scapula, is that the scapula? That's the scapula. I know some anatomy. That's the scapula, so 6, 7, and 8, right?
Correct.
Looking at that entry wound, or that damage to the rib, explain to the jury the likely entry point or how that bullet comes into that body, the angle of that body.
It's taking out this whole area. It's a large area of defect affecting or fracturing all 3 of these ribs.
And what kind of angle are we talking about when it comes into that body? Is it the way your stick is showing now?
I don't know exactly how the bullet is when it enters the body. I know how the bullet traveled through the body.
Okay, so then walk the jury through. First question is, if it hits a rib, can there be, we've heard the word yawing or deflection. Can there be a possible deflection from that bullet?
Yes, ribs are hard materials, and so once it impacts a rib or 3 ribs, its trajectory is going to be altered in some way, shape, or form. It's not going to be continuing along that same trajectory as it had before it fractures those 3 ribs.
So it's possible, doctor, that a shot from this angle to the victim can hit this rib cage at kind of a level line and deflect upward out through the chest plate.
Yes.
That's a possibility, right?
It is.
Right, you can give me the stick. You can sit down too. Let me take that. In addition, doctor, to the skeleton, you got no information about what happened the day of January 30th, do you?
No.
You don't know how many shots were fired, what the victim, there's another victim in the case, what they testified to. You got no information.
No.
So hypothetically, I'm going to give you a hypothetical, right? When most people hear a gunshot, what's the common reaction by most people when they hear a gunshot?
To duck.
To duck. So hypothetically, if someone hears 3 gunshots, their reaction would be?
To get low.
To get low, right? And so it's not uncommon for, I'm not sure this is going to be working. It's not uncommon for this person to be ducking out of the way.
Take cover, yes.
To take cover. And you got no information about the number of rounds fired or which round hit this person, do you?
I do not know.
That's not an uncommon reaction when you hear 3 rounds fire than to duck or cover, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
We also don't know the variable. We have a stationary skeleton in front of here, right?
Yes.
We don't know if this individual is moving or mobile, do we?
No.
And that would change some of the variables in this case, right?
Yes.
Especially if someone's walking, skipping, or even running, that would change trajectory and how that bullet enters the body.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Would any of those variables impact the bullet with the body?
Yes.
We talked about on cross-examination about abrasions. Do you remember those questions? You saw some photographs?
Yes.
And you don't know, you don't have any information from any other witness about what they observed the day of with this victim.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
It's just a yes or no. You have no information.
That's leading.
I do not.
Wait.
Is it yes or no?
Hold on. First of all, when there's objection, please hold off on the answer until I'm able to rule. It's a leading question. A leading question is a question that suggests the answer.
Do you have any information of what was testified about what happened to this victim on the day of January 30th?
No.
Did you see any photographs of the victim's pants?
Not that I recall, no.
You don't recall the victim's pants if they had holes in them?
No, I don't recall.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm going to show you a photograph in defense exhibit. I want to say it's AAA that's been admitted into evidence. Do you see that photograph?
I do.
Do you see any? You see the pants, right?
Yes.
Based on the photograph, I can zoom in. Any holes or anything on these pants? Kind of grainy. I got this.
It's hard to see, but nothing obvious or glaring.
Well, the jury's going to have the photograph in evidence. Let's talk about the time, the pronouncement of death. You remember the questions on cross-examination about the pronouncement of death?
Yes.
And pronouncement of death is, I think you tested, explain it again what the pronouncement of death is.
It's when someone is examined and determined to be dead. And that is when the time of death. It's for the state of Arizona, that's the accepted, agreed upon time of death.
Is that necessarily the time of the actual victim's death?
No, rarely. Only in a hospital situation that the death is witnessed. Is it going to be the exact time of death?
And you examined the body in this case, right?
I did.
On February 1st?
Yes.
And if the time of death is 6:30 on January 30th, if the victim was killed 4 hours earlier, would your analysis of the body be consistent with a 4-hour earlier death?
Objection, speculation. She said she couldn't tell because of the length of time and the refrigeration that she didn't have that type of testing.
All right, sustained, but you can try to lay additional foundation.
We talked about the cooling, putting bodies in coolers and things like that, right?
Correct.
We talked about the decompensation and rigor mortis and the time setting of that, right?
Yes.
Right, and I know you're not CSI here. We're not watching a 30-minute show here, so the answer
Objection to sidebar.
Yeah. What's that?
Objection to sidebar.
I'm sorry. No, it's
I
my
don't
objection.
understand the objection. You're requesting a sidebar?
No, it's to me, Your Honor. My narration. It's my narration. I strike that. So let me go to the question about decompensation and rigor and so forth, right? When someone's shot and killed and say they died, not the pronouncement, they died, what's the timeline for the jury about what's going on with the human body?
So the three things that we talked about is algor mortis, the cooling of the body after death. That's going to happen right away, instantly, until the body reaches ambient temperature, meaning room temperature, the temperature of the air around it. So typically the body is warm to touch. Most people are warm. And then over a period of time, it's going to get cool. Well, that's dependent on the environment that the body is in, underlying reason for the death. Those sorts of things all impact the algor mortis. Livor mortis is the pooling of the blood. Again, That happens. Typically, you can see it on the skin surface within 30 minutes to a couple of hours. It's going to be evident. At about 12 hours, it becomes what I called fixed, right? Where you push it, it no longer goes away. Prior to that, you're going to push it, it's going to blanch. So about 12 hours, it becomes fixed, and it stays fixed. It doesn't ever change. So if I push on a body, on the livor mortis lividity on the body, and it's fixed, I know that person has been dead at least 12 hours, give or take, right? All these other things play a role, but that's generally speaking what we see. And the last of those is rigor mortis. That's the stiffening of the muscles after death. Usually that's going to set in within an hour or two. After someone dies, you're going to start to notice in the smaller muscles first, they're going to become stiff. So you're going to see it in the jaw, feel it in the jaw and the fingers first, and then it moves into the larger muscle groups. And it becomes firmer over a period of time up until that 10 to 12 hour mark again when it reaches maximal strength, right? So at 12 hours, the jaw is going to be really firmly closed in that it will take a lot of force to open it. It's going to take a lot of force to break the muscle rigidity in the arms and legs. But that does pass over time. So it reaches its maximal around 12 hours, and then it starts to dissipate. And eventually, as the other decomposition processes start, then it goes away altogether, and the body becomes very flaccid. But you'll have also green discoloration of the body, bloating, skin slip. All those things are going to be starting, as well as when the rigor mortis is passing, this stuff starts to happen.
So you pretty much have a pretty solid understanding of what happens to a body after death. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So if someone come across a dead body, a body that's been shot or whatever it is, and hypothetically touch the body, no pulse, but the body is still warm, can you determine within a period of time if the body is still warm when the death happened?
Within a couple of hours, probably. If it hasn't, if it's in it depends on the environment that it's in again.
That was the wrong answer.
Just a second, Your Honor.
That was the wrong answer. You didn't like that.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any of the jurors? All right. We see at least one.
We'll get the juror question. This might be the most telling part of this. The way the defense closed. Let's see, hang on.
Open here. This person doesn't have a lot of confidence in it. Okay. Is internal pooling of blood consistent with the body being prone or supine during the time of death? That's question number one from the first juror asking the question. The second juror has another question. Two, is internal wound consistent with the bullet tumbling in the side?
Bring the jury.
That's number two. Number three.
Got three questions.
Is there any definitive findings with internal organs that show that blood has not moved since cell death in the organs? Parentheses, I'm trying to determine if organs show body was prone or supine during cell death.
These are really good questions.
Question number one, is internal pooling the blood consistent with body being prone or supine?
First one's about internal pooling
Objection to that question from the juror from the state.
of blood.
Question number two, is internal wound consistent with bullet tumbling?
Is internal wounds consistent with bullet tumbling through the body?
Any objection from the state? Question number three, are there any definitive findings?
Any definitive findings
Organs that show that the blood has not moved since cell death in the organs?
that show the blood has not moved since cell death in the organs?
I'm gonna mark this.
Whoa. Everyone's just had their eardrums blasted out. Did you see that? You did as well.
Is the path of the entry wound consistent with the shot from long or short range?
Is the path of the entry wound consistent with a shot from long or short range?
In your opinion, is the entry wound consistent with a straight shot or at an angle?
In your opinion, is the entry wound consistent with a straight shot or at an angle?
Well, I think she's testified extensively as to number two. But what about as to number one? whether the shot was from long or short range. I think a couple of these have already been answered, but I still have the questions. Anyway, what's the state? All right, I'll ask all these questions.
He's going to ask all the questions.
And of course, you'll have an opportunity to re-question the witness based on these questions. Dr. Tim, number 2. Okay, we'll go back on the record.
He's going to ask them all.
The jurors can ask questions. I'm sure you're familiar with that. So here's some of their questions. Question number 1, is internal pooling of blood consistent with the body being prone or supine during the time of death?
So the blood that was pooled within the body cavities, the 2 cavities that there was blood was the sac around the heart and in the right chest cavity. There was blood in there because of the gunshot wound injuries. The body, when it arrived to our office and at the time of examination, is going to always be in a supine position until we move it in a different position. And so it shifts with the positioning, but for the most part, once we take custody of the body, it's going to be in a supine position, so it's going to be pooled at the back of those surfaces just because of gravity.
So, I mean, but the question was directed to whether or not you can state an opinion based upon experience, knowledge, and training about whether the pooling of blood has any reflection on whether the body was prone or supine during the time of death. This juror is trying to get more information about whether there's evidence that you can testify to as to whether the body was supine or prone during the time of death. At the time of death. I'm sorry.
I do not know.
Okay, another question. Is the internal wound consistent with the bullet tumbling inside the body?
I don't know. I just know the path that it took.
Another question. Are there any definitive findings with internal organs that show that blood has not moved since cell death in the organs? Parentheses, I'm trying to determine if body organs show the body was prone or supine at the time of cell death or during cell death. And this particular question is directed towards the organs.
Directed towards what?
The organs. So is there any definitive findings with internal organs that show that blood has not moved since cell death in the organs?
After the heart stops beating, the blood is not moving anywhere other than when we reposition the body, which again is in that prone position. So the blood is going to be pooled in the organs on the same way that it pools on the skin surface as well.
A couple more questions. In your opinion, and all of these questions is, obviously if you know or if you have a good basis to know and have foundation to know. If you don't know, that's obviously a fine answer. But the question is, in your opinion, is the path of the entry wound consistent with a shot from long or short range?
I don't know. It's not a contact wound.
Another question, in your opinion, is the entry wound consistent with a straight shot or at an angle?
The bullet takes an upward angle in the body. The trajectory of the bullet in the body is right to left, back to front, and upward within the body.
And that's within the body?
Correct. I do not know outside of that.
All right, very well. Excellent questions. I'll hand the questions to the clerk, and the lawyers can ask follow-up questions to the questions of the jurors.
The judge did not specify on that
Dr. Tim,
sidebar which juror asked the questions.
You've handled countless autopsies, correct?
Correct.
You've handled from where the body was found at scene and then it's transported to the coroner's office, right?
Yes.
That body has to be picked up, put in a body bag, and shipped, right?
Yes.
A lot of movement goes on, right?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Defense? Any additional questions?
In relationship to that same question, I guess if I understood your answer, due to the movement of the body, the blood is moving due to gravity in the position that it's placed in, correct?
Yes.
So it's hard to say how it was closer at time of death.
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Any more questions or follow-up questions from any of the jurors for this witness? I see none. Is the witness excused? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down and you're excused.
All right, so that's the end of the testimony that the jurors will be hearing at least part of this morning. They have started deliberations. I don't have a live stream yet. If you guys see one, let me know. But I'm not seeing one available quite yet. I'll keep checking, though. Let's see. We were going to do one more check. We had a request for a rewatch of the spicy bit just the spicy bit, and it's just a few minutes. I think it's about 8 minutes long of trial. Let's see. This is the portion where the judge just got up and walked out on the juror, or on the let's see, where was it at? Where's it at? Do you want the extended cut? You guys want the highlights or just the extended cut? The highlights, as far as the difference in time, highlights are 6 minutes long, and the extended cut is 38 minutes long. Extended cut, highlights, extended. Okay, it's not boring. It's not boring. I think it's good. This was the judge's bad day. For those that are curious, if you want to watch either one of them, let's see. Let's go over here. They're on the Recovery Addict channel on videos that I've uploaded. We're going to watch the angry judge walks out of court extended cut right here. So
yeah. All right, you can be seated. We're on the record. Records show the presence of counsel and the defendant. The jury is absent. Mr. Jetty or Ms. Hunley, I need to know what remains of the state's case in chief.
We're currently in the cross-examination of Detective Barba. And after Detective Barba, we have Border Patrol Agent Tercy, which should be quick. I mean, this is from the state's perspective, quick from our perspective. And then we have the finishing up of dispatch witness on Friday and Detective Ayden. And that's it.
Thank you. What does the defense anticipate of its case in terms of how much time you're going to need?
Your Honor, we're hoping to get through it fairly quickly. We have Sheriff Hathaway, we have Border Patrol Agent Layugan, Border Patrol Agent Gorman, and Detective Raul Rodriguez that we anticipate calling, and then possibly the defendant, possibly not.
Give me an estimate of how much.
2 days?
2 days?
The way things are going, I'd say yes.
Well, all right. I'm going to start imposing time limits in this case on direct and cross-examinations.
Detective?
When we've been discussing this case, leading up to the case, and during the trial, counsel advised me that this case would take 3 weeks. I have to rely on what you tell me. I don't know who the witnesses are going to be, what they're going to testify to, or what the duration of time is going to be. I was told it was going to be 3 weeks. Today is 3 weeks, right? Today is 3 weeks. We started on March 21st. Today's 3 weeks, and the state's still in this case. I've also been monitoring and asking counsel for how we're doing, how we're progressing on this case, so that I could decide and determine whether I needed to exercise any authority over the pace of the case. I was informed by the state that there was a possibility that they would rest last Friday. Here we are on Thursday. The state's not going to rest today, and if we continue, then the state will maybe rest at the close of business on Friday. I assume Detective Ayden is going to be a lengthy witness. So clearly, we are behind schedule. This case is going to go to the jury next week. It's going to go to the jury next Thursday, and I'm going to move this case so that happens. And I'm going to start imposing time limits. This line of cross-examination of Detective Barba, tell me what it is, tell me why it's relevant, what you're trying to do.
Are you referring to Ramon, talking to Detective Barba about Ramon?
I am.
Ramon is somebody who came forward in this case. He made a false report to law enforcement. Law enforcement collected information from Ramon that was verifiably false. Law enforcement failed to exercise any kind of standard of care over this investigation. It shows law enforcement's bias, and it shows their ineffectiveness in actually being able to investigate the case. It's crucial to the defense to be able to put on this information.
So the line of questioning is basically, well, first of all, Ramon's not a witness, right? He's not going to testify. Ramon came forward. He gave information. Is the defense point of view an argument that he gave false information, correct? All right. They looked at Ramon. They decided for whatever reason not to use Ramon, maybe in part because he wasn't an honest witness or he's not available. But so basically what you're trying to prove is that, as I understand it, through this cross-examination, is you have a witness who gave false information. He's not being used, and you're just trying to determine that the state didn't adequately investigate his false information?
That's true. He's also a potential suspect. Judge, anybody who comes forward to put themselves at the scene of the crime should be looked at as a person of interest. We had a witness testify that because Mr. and Mrs. Kelly were at the scene of the crime, they were persons of interest. Anybody who puts himself there is a person of interest, if not a potential suspect, and we have a right to question the investigation and to challenge them and to get to the bottom of why they didn't pursue other people who are making false reports and maybe potential suspects.
Very well. You can do that, but this is examination examination is way beyond the scope of the direct examination. This is evidence that is more properly presented in the defense case in chief. You can present that in the defense case in chief if you want. We're not going to go into it any further right now. It's beyond the scope of the direct examination, and it's more evidence that's to be presented in the defense case in chief. If you wanted to present that in the defense case in chief, you can do that. And if you do that, because of the way we've discussed this yesterday in the ruling of the court, is that then we're going to play the entire video of the interview. And I don't know, did you determine how long that's going to take?
It's only 20 minutes, Your Honor.
20 minutes, that's good. But that'll come out in your case in chief, and that'll come out of the defense time.
I just have to object, Judge. I think that's going to cause this to take longer. If we have to recall Detective Barba to go through that, it'll take longer. I'm allowed in cross-examination to exceed the scope of direct. I'm not in any way limited by what the state asks this witness on direct. And if I have to call this witness in our case in chief, then I'm not able to lead the witness, so that's going to take
You'll be able to lead the witness. He's an adverse witness. I'll allow you to lead the witness. The rules provide that if you call a witness and he's associated with an adverse party, the court can allow that. That's the ruling of the court. Let's call the witness to the stand. We're not going to question the witness anymore on this particular point. You have 5 more minutes with this witness on cross-examination.
Judge, I have to object. This witness is very crucial to the defense. I've never been limited to the lead detective. This is the witness who's supposed to be the lead detective. I've never been limited to just 5 minutes of cross-examination. And this witness testified to all sorts of involvement in this case. This is one of the defense's main witnesses that we have to get to. Judge, limiting me to 5 minutes of cross-examination with this witness violates Mr. Kelly's constitutional
You now have
rights.
4 minutes. Call the witness.
Wow. It sounds so much more intense on 1.25 speed.
Make a bill. Don't we need to make a bill? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Yes, please come forward and have a seat.
This extended cut has all the questioning
Can I
that
get the
happens
whiteboard,
between
Lydia?
this and when he walks out.
Please have a seat.
Most of it.
I remind every witness who appears after they've appeared on a prior date, you're still under oath. Okay. All right?
We need the jury, Your Honor.
Good point. Bring in the jury.
What's the special action?
Amazed at Mrs. Larkin's ability to just reset and refocus. I would still be livid if I were her.
We rise.
Please be seated. The records show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. Juror number 4, I had a conversation with your point of contact from your employment. She's very accommodating. The clerk is going to work out the details. I don't anticipate a problem. All right? All right. Witness is still under oath. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning. Detective Barba, I'm going to just have you look at a very basic map, okay? And I want you to help me put some things on this map, okay? You were at the house. This is Mr. Kelly's house, let's say, all right? You are aware that the body of the victim was discovered to the east of the house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So body's over here. And this distance from the body to the house, that's about 115 yards. Is that correct?
I didn't do the measurement, so I wouldn't know the measurement.
Is that approximately right?
Sure.
Okay. And this is north, this is south. So down here is the border wall, okay? And would you agree, I know you didn't do the measurement, but that distance, as the crow flies, that's about 1.5 miles. Is that correct?
Again,
more or less?
Sure.
I know you didn't do the measurements, but it's pretty far, right? Now, I want to ask you, let's say I'm a witness in this case. So let's say I come forward and I make a statement to you. Can you see this okay?
We can go towards the front of your...
All right.
There we go.
Better?
Yep.
All right. So let's say I'm a witness in this case, and I come forward, and I tell you that I was standing right behind the victim when he was shot, and the house was on my left. That would put me to the west, right? That's where I would be if I told you I was facing south and the house was on my left. Would you agree that would put me out here?
Yes.
And what if I came forward and I told you when this happened, I was 10 yards away from the house? That would be inconsistent with the facts that you observed, right?
Well, direction and distance is subjective. I mean, I don't...
Well, if I say I'm facing south and the house is to my left, I'm facing the border wall.
Let the witness finish his answer. You can answer.
Direction and distance is subjective. For example, if I'm out in the wilderness and I don't have an idea of where it's north, or I'm just going to guess.
Okay, but let's say I'm pretty good with distance, and I tell you I'm facing south and the house is to my left, and I'm 10 yards away from the house, and I'm pretty good with distance. That's inconsistent with the facts that you observed, is that right?
If you're good with distance and you have knowledge of northwest, east, then that would be a correct statement.
Okay, and let's say I tell
Northwest,
you
east, and the
that I'm
other
looking
one.
at the border wall and that it's 2 football fields away. If I tell you that, that's inconsistent with the facts also, right?
Yes.
What if I tell you that the shots, as I'm standing here, are coming from my right? Shots are coming from over here. That's what I tell you. That's inconsistent with the facts of this case also, correct?
Yes.
What if I tell you that there's a horse over here? Oh, there we go. In between me and where the shots are coming from, and that horse got shot in this incident. That's also inconsistent with the facts. Is that right?
Right.
And what if I also tell you that while I'm standing right behind this person, the victim who gets shot, he falls over backwards and lands on his back? That's also inconsistent with the facts of this case, correct?
And again, the facts are how the body was located, or?
The body was located on face down, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence that you saw that anybody rolled this person over, is that right?
Again, I didn't go to the scene. I was not part of picking up the body, so any manipulation or the lack of manipulation, I wouldn't be able to testify.
Wasn't me.
But you do know that the body was located face down, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if a witness tells you this person fell over backward and landed on his back, and that's where he lay, that would be inconsistent with the facts, right?
Right.
Unless somebody rolled that body over after he fell down. Is that right?
Well, it also goes back to high-stress incidents. To my knowledge and the training I've received in high-stress incidents, you kind of tend to block specific details of the incidents.
Do you think high stress could account for facts like this being so far different from the facts you observed on the ground?
Definitely.
You think that's high stress could do that?
Yes.
You would agree that Mr. Kelly would be under a lot of stress during this incident, correct?
Sure.
So if you're giving this person the benefit of the doubt, then you should give Mr. Kelly the same benefit of the doubt, correct?
I'm not giving anybody the benefit of the doubt. I'm just stating what my training and my experience has taught me.
You have training and experience regarding false reports also, correct?
That's correct.
And could that also be something that explains why the story is so different from the facts?
It's sure.
It's a possibility that this just could be a false report, right?
And the evidence that we gathered throughout the investigation, I don't believe so.
If somebody came forward and gave you this story, you would still say that that's a credible person who gives you this story?
That, including everything else that we gathered in the investigation.
When you interviewed Daniel Ramirez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into Mexico to interview him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go into Mexico to interview him?
Because Daniel couldn't cross into the United States legally.
You could have called him on the phone, right?
He doesn't have access to a phone.
You could have arranged some sort of Zoom call, correct?
He doesn't have access to internet.
You could have spoken with Mexican officials to arrange something, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do that, did you?
No.
You and Sheriff Hathaway crossed into Mexico to conduct a criminal investigation in Mexico, correct?
Well, it was a witness statement, witness interview.
Is taking a witness interview part of a criminal investigation?
Sometimes.
Was taking this witness interview part of a criminal investigation?
Yes.
So you conducted part of a criminal investigation in Mexico, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, defense counsel asked you a number of questions about the Celebrite download of the victim's phone. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
She asked you about text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us, she asked you, were there other messages on the phone?
I just want to make sure that redirect is limited in the same way that my cross-examination was limited.
You can continue.
And I'd like to make a proffer when we're done with this witness.
You can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me, Detective, were there other text messages on the phone?
Which phone are we talking about, Ms.
The
Hunt?
victim's phone?
Yes, there were.
And can you tell us the nature of the other text messages you observed?
Yeah, so there were two sets of messages threads, one on his personal phone message, the inbox where you get from his phone number. And then he also had threads through an application called WhatsApp. Those applications from the WhatsApp threads were screenshotted by the investigator who did the download, and they were placed on an individual file for me to review. And in those WhatsApp threads were numerous amount of family pictures. He was involved as, I believe he was a coach for his siblings, or his kids, soccer team in Mexico. So it was a group thread where they were exchanging practice dates for the games, jerseys, etc.
Were they also discussing some kind of upcoming tournament?
Yes.
Now, the defense showed you a picture of the defendant and the download information. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was Defense Exhibit III, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to take a look at that image to determine whether that had any location data?
Yes.
Did it have any location data?
It did not.
When you took a look at the rest of the items that were on that Cellbrite report, defense asked you to speculate about what this picture depicted. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And based on what else you observed on the cell phone, is there anything else on that cell phone that gives you an idea what this photograph is about?
Objection, relevance. We tried to introduce other photos from the cell phone, and the court didn't let us do it, so I don't think
the question was directed to this particular photo, which is in evidence. The objection's overruled.
Well, if I remember correctly, that the date on that picture is on the 21st of January 2023. A few days prior to that, there's a video, January 18th of 2023, where you can hear Mr. Buitimea speaking with a group.
Wait. The question was about the photograph. I'm not getting into anything else.
Without telling us what folks said, were you able to ascertain from the video what was happening?
Yes.
What was it?
Again, the question. I thought the question was, what can he ascertain about this from looking at this photo, right?
Judge, the question was, the defense asked this witness to speculate what this photograph was about, and this witness observed within a couple of days of this photograph other video that put this in context. And so that's why I'm asking the witness this question. And that was specific to the defense's question to this witness.
Does the defense have that? Does the defense have that?
They do, Judge. It's all on the Cellbrite.
I haven't been able to see the video, Judge. There was some description of a video in Detective Barba's report. We weren't able to find that on the Cellbrite.
All right, let's move on to another topic.
Just to follow up with the defense's question, are there any other things when you look at this that you think might be a possibility with respect to what you observed, based on what the defense asked you?
Yes, with the binoculars that he was wearing, I believe that he might have been hunting.
Wouldn't he have a firearm then? He was hunting?
You were asked about your conversation with the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you even remember who you spoke to at the medical examiner's office?
I do not.
And if Dr. Tim testified it wasn't her, do you believe that she was accurate?
Yes.
Did you write the documentation that's in the medical examiner's report?
I did not.
Were you providing that information very early on in this case?
Yes.
Was that before you even attended the autopsy?
That's correct.
Did you have any opportunity to review that documentation prior to it going into the medical examiner's report?
I did not.
Have you ever had an opportunity to determine whether it was accurate?
No, when it was presented to me yesterday was the first time I saw it.
Are there some things in that documentation that are inaccurate?
Yes.
Do you recall what the items are that are inaccurate?
I would have to refresh my recollection of the document.
Do you know who declared the Mr. Buitimea deceased?
I believe it was Deputy Lopez.
Okay, so that's your belief from what you learned that night, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you about some questions the defense asked you with respect to Exhibit 130. That's the samples that you provided to RJ Lee Group. And I want to make sure I understood some of your testimony. The defense, when they were asking you those questions yesterday, asked you if all of the sample went into the same vial. At least that's how I understood the question. Is that how you collected the information, the data?
Each sample went into an individual vial.
Okay. And so you had how many separate vials?
5.
And so when you collected from each item, each one went into its own vial, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for this witness from members of the jury? We do.
Tracy says, don't you know we hunt with binoculars now? And we had a question, a thing from Braxton. Says, I understand now the detective was going to admit to say things that the sheriff would know not to say or to better explain. Oh, so loud, so loud.
Questions from 3 different jurors. On the mark, the first one, Barbara 1. Question, why was a hotel in... How's that better? Why was a hotel in Nogales, Sonora, Mexico chosen to interview the witness at instead of the U.S.-Mexico Port of Entry or the Mexican Consulate building? Second question from this witness, why was only part of this meeting recorded? Is that in reference to the meeting in Mexico? Or, okay. All right, that's Barbara number 1. Barbara number 2. You stated you received a handgun, cell phone, and a magazine from Sergeant Lopez upon arrival at the Kelly residence with the first search warrant. How were these items obtained? Was there a warrant for these items prior to arrival? I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear. In earlier testimony, this is question number 2 from the second juror. In earlier testimony, Sergeant Rodriguez confirmed the photo he had taken as a single footprint at the scene, and many others' testimonies confirmed there were no other signs of foot traffic around the body. Yet there has been testimony by witnesses there. In your opinion, how is this possible? All right, questions from another juror. We'll mark this Barbara 3. Was the geofence warrant executed in June, or did Google go back chronologically to January 30th?
Hang on just 1 second. Can we put January?
I'm sorry. Go back on the
Okay. Give me just 1 second. Hang on. Laura, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, you're on live. Laura, you're our court watcher, right?
Yes. Hi, y'all.
How are you doing? How's this morning
How's
going?
everybody doing?
Good.
Well, we already had a jury question this morning.
What was that?
Yeah, so the jury came in right away. So, well, first of all, did you let them know about the Dr. Tim's testimony? They had questions about it?
Yes, they asked about
Everyone
that
knows
yesterday.
about that?
We
Okay.
rewatched that this morning together. So we finished all of it. But what did they watch specifically?
They haven't yet. So they never replied to what specific portion they wanted read back to them. Obviously, we can't read back all 5 or 6 hours. So the judge asked them for a specific particular, area of interest, and they never replied. So there's no update on that. But then this morning, well, first off, they started deliberating at 8:30. And then right away, they asked, I have so many pages. I'm going through my notes now. They asked for each jury or each member to have I'm sorry. I have so much in my head. They each wanted a copy. Yes, they each wanted a copy of the instructions. So judge did that. And then they asked if the site visit was evidence, was admitted into evidence, or if it was demonstrative. So, and then the judge and the lawyers, yeah. So the judge replied that it's, substantive evidence that they can consider. So maybe they saw a few things there and they didn't know if they were able to consider it.
Wow.
So there was some, yeah. So no update on the Dr. Tim's testimony. I was a little disappointed on that because that would answer a lot.
Yeah.
Like what part of it?
She was a very hostile witness for the defense.
Yes.
Even the body
And
language. I think everyone picked up that there was some tension there, where normally the Emmy is just sort of matter of fact.
Right. Well, and she had never met the defense attorneys. Well, she had never met Kathy Lothorpe before.
Yeah. Crazy. Laura,
yeah, so I'm not sure why she was hostile. Go ahead.
Yeah. What can you tell us about the jury members? We know that we got 10, 8, 4, and 3 are the alternates. As far as who was asking the questions, are the people who have been asking these great questions on the jury, or did they get excused?
Yeah, that was number 10.
Was number 10.
So number 10's probably, he asked the most questions, so he's dismissed. I will tell you that, let's see, we were disappointed in, and by we, I'll let you know I'm on a not guilty side.
Sounds good.
Just to preface that. So 2 of the dismissed jurors were probably disappointing for the Kellys. Wow. And then 2 were maybe a little neutral. First off, every single one of them, all 12 of them, are statues. They've been the entire time. I don't know who's able to read it. The attorneys couldn't read them at all. I will tell you, there's still, I'm going to say 2.5 people on the jury that are good for the defendant. And I say half because we assume, but we don't know.
Yeah.
So there is still 2 on the sitting jury that are favorable for the defense.
And as far as just ages and genders for the juror members who are deliberating, and there are 8, right? Do they have a spectrum represented?
Are 8. Yeah, let me go back to day 1 where I wrote all that down. It is somewhere in my notes. Okay, so juror 1, he's who I predicted to be the foreman. Mm-hmm. He is it sounds like he is.
Yeah, the judge said a question from juror number 1 when he read one of the questions, so it sounds like he is.
Perfect, yeah. Okay, so that's who I predicted would be
after
possibly 10 if he was seating, yes.
I think 10 answered a question for the judge,
yes,
a question
he
for
did.
the jury earlier than the trial. So
yeah. So it might have been him if he was seated. So juror 1 is a white male in his 70s, and then juror 2 is a Hispanic male. I'm going to say probably late 60s, early 70s. All right. Juror 3, do you want me to go through the alternates? Are probably not relevant.
We can skip the alternates at this point. They don't matter, right?
So we got 3, 4, and then 5 is, sorry, I'm just, 5 is a white female in her 60s.
Okay.
Where am I at? I'm just picturing them in my head. And then 6 would be, juror number 6 is a Hispanic male in his 20s. He's the youngest of the jury. And number 7 is, let's say, a Hispanic female, possibly mixed female in her, I'll say early 40s, late 30s maybe.
All right.
And let's see, juror 8 was an alternate. So 9 is going to be a Hispanic male in his, I'll say, late 40s. Okay. Sorry, where am I on my notes? I wrote it all down. Now I'm just going from memory. Maybe early 50s, Hispanic male. And then we skipped juror 10, and then 11 and 12. So juror 11, I will say, is probably most favorable for the defense. She is a white female in her late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
Yeah, and then juror 12 is a, I believe, white male. We're all in Arizona, so we have tans.
Yeah.
And we're outside all day.
So it's interesting. I'm thinking of I'm hearing this description, and I'm going back through my head in the defense's closing. Ms. Larkin was making those comments, and she said, like, some things that she came up. She's like, "This is what you would want, your husband to do, is protect you." And,
Yes.
she was speaking to maybe 11.
Yes.
Like directly.
Yes, or 12.
11 or 12.
12 is a white male in his 50s, maybe 60s.
Interesting that she's.
I was staring at the jury through that too, and they're still so unbelievable. They're statues. I can't believe them. One of them just stares directly across the room over the boy lift, and then just stares the wall all day long at the boy lift. Sorry, I can't help it.
The boy bailiff.
Somebody in chat said that.
The boy bailiff.
Yes.
The bailiff.
Yes. Yes.
Jose is his name, and he does a great job. He basically
That's right.
keeps
Jose,
the courtroom running.
He's
always there.
Yes.
He's always there.
Yes.
Microphone, he's there. If he needs copies, something delivered.
Very reliable.
And he is the bailiff that's monitoring the jury as well. So he's the one who's running the notes back and forth between the judge
he
and
is.
court.
Yep.
So
yes. Jose is definitely doing a great job. Very reliable.
Well,
yeah.
Great observations throughout all this. As far as attendance today,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know yesterday, like the state left early, and they had to actually come back. They weren't there. They were on the phone when some of the discussions started, and they showed up late. Is everyone
they
sort
were
of there
walking
now?
over.
Have they seen people?
Yeah, everyone's here. Everyone's here. I did see Daniel outside of the courthouse walking through security this morning. So Daniel's here.
Okay.
Possibly. Sorry, my daughter's trying to read some of the chat and see if you guys have questions.
Let's see. I haven't been watching. Let's see if you have any questions. Were any of them sleeping? Did you see the sleeping incident?
No, nobody was sleeping. Nope. Very attentive, just expressionless. I will say the most expressive was juror number 3. He's a Hispanic male in his 70s. Probably looks like a rancher to me. So he was very expressive, but again, you could never tell which way. His expressions could go either way.
So even during, say, like for instance, the sheriff's testimony, did you notice anything from the jurors as far as when they were being sort of what did a judge call it?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say? It was obtuse. He said like obtuse or something, I think. The witness after the sheriff, he's like, this witness is being obtuse. So, did the jurors give any perception? I mean, was there anything you could read on their emotions or reactions that they maybe were thinking, come on, guys, you're dragging this out?
The only one was number 11. Yeah, number 11, the white female. She's not a fan of the law enforcement, for sure. You could tell that she was upset at the investigation.
Jessica says, your impression of juror number 4, who's an alternate now.
Yeah, we were actually hoping that he could sit in. Mm-hmm.
We were
again, though.
We were thinking it was number 5 that had asked the question, so we got mixed up on that. That he was but the judge has been. I think he let some of the juror numbers slip a little bit, and I don't know if he knows, but we can hear him talking during the sidebars. It's quiet, but we can hear him.
Yes. I haven't told anybody that you can do that.
It's on the
Nobody
public
knows.
record. That's why Denise is there. She types it up afterwards.
Right.
We can all go back and look at it. It's not something that's hidden from the public. Its design is to not let the witness or the jury know what's going on.
Right.
And so I don't feel bad about it at all. But we can't hear anybody else.
Oh, no.
And,
no, of course not, yeah.
And sometimes he lets slip a little bit of information while he's reading the questions. But
yeah, I've been bummed I can't follow that portion with me in the courthouse. So I try to go home and rewatch to see what you've picked up on, but I don't always get to it. Things get busy when I get home. So yeah, I've bummed that I missed that perspective at least.
Yeah. Well, Laura, here's what we'd like, if possible, since you're hanging out in the courtroom. Are you there for the long haul until the verdict comes in? You're going to be there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, wonderful. I'm sitting directly with the Kellys and right behind them. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Obviously.
Yeah. I didn't start out that way. I started in the back of the courtroom, and day after day, the more testimony I heard, kind of kept moving closer, and then eventually we met. We met in the hallway, and
And this weekend, dinner on the ranch. Yeah. So
wouldn't that be nice?
It would.
I'm praying for a.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Yeah,
I'm on the same page. I'm a little bit different. I think I've got the opinion that there's a good chance that I'll say this: it's likely, or maybe even probable, that Mr. Kelly, one of Mr. Kelly's bullets struck Gabriel, but it's not proven, and there are other also likely and probable scenarios. The way the defense spelled it out during their closing, that story, there was no point where like, hang on, that's a bit of a stretch. There was no leap of logic from one fact to another for me, and that for me means I'm not beyond a reasonable doubt. I can't convict him. I don't think the evidence is there, and all the things the state wants us to do, they want us to jump. We've got a little piece of evidence, and they want us to jump to a conclusion based on that. And I didn't have to do any of those jumps with the defense's story, and that for me was quite telling. Let's see. There's a
the
question.
State prosecutor was sure. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead and answer the state prosecutor.
Oh, I was just saying the Hunley was very disappointed that Kathy had mentioned. It was on the instructions, page 1, where she had said, "It is your job to find out what happened," and the judge says, "Well, nobody's ever brought that up before." So, and that's in all of the state of Arizona. And he said, "No, she makes a good point. It's not their job to find out what happened." And Lady Prosecutor wasn't happy.
Yeah, we don't want you to guess, and that came up many times. Did you? Okay, sidebar. On the defense presentation, on the very end, like the last slide, he's like, "Oh, and it says here, there's a typo. It says that Mr. Kelly's statements were consistent."
Were consistent, yes, that typo.
It should say inconsistent right there.
And then did you catch before the morning break? He said that 2 armed men.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah, he had let it slip. He said 2 armed men. He encountered 2 armed men.
Wow.
Yeah, it was before the break. So we were chuckling at that.
So Nosy Rosie has a question. Laura, did you see Mrs. Kelly testify? If so, did you see when she smiled in the direction of the jury? Did you see who it was? Did you catch that one?
So, yeah, juror, yes, I was here for Mrs. Kelly's testimony. Juror 11 was very sympathetic to, I think when Mrs. Kelly, I think, lost her cool a little bit, understandably. And then she apologized to the jury about, I'm sorry, sorry for losing it. Number 11 had an emphatic shaking of her head. No, you have no reason to be sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was the most emphatic she's ever been.
Has there been anything for the state side as far as them getting any confirmation? I know they watched the jury as well. They're sitting
not
right
from
there.
the jury. Yeah, but not from the jury.
That might explain why they just stretched out their case for so long, hoping to get.
Yeah, I think they were just reaching
some sort of connection with them. But interesting.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Vicky.
No.
Vicky asks, "Are they dressed up today?" Sorry.
Haven't seen them yet. They never came back in to read Dr. Tim's testimony because they didn't let us know which part.
Okay.
So I haven't seen them today. But yes, my eyes will be glued to that because I'm always curious. So I do know that when they're dressed up. So I will let you know as soon as I see them.
Awesome.
So I did want to mention though. So if your theory about him shooting east. There is no damage anywhere to trees or pergolas or the smoker. And so if he shot 9 directions, he's claiming he shot south. So where is all the damage around?
That is a great question. And the reason why there should be some damage, the way the state tells the story, he was standing at a fixed spot and just going, pow, 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 just firing, spraying bullets downrange, right? That's how they describe it. They're like, he can fire 30 rounds in 6 seconds. That gun, it jumps around, it pops, it kicks, it bucks. It does not just like, it's not like you can just, I'm doing an action here on the TV with my hands held still. It kicks and there's recoil, and at that distance, the amount of recoil you have can point by hundreds of yards, if not more. So rapid fire like that, you would expect an area to have damage. I mean, it would be a wide area, but 9 shots. You would expect that there would be some other objects that were struck if all of those were sprayed. I'm saying in my head, if he was shooting high and it was kicking, I'm saying there's a possibility in my head that one of those went low, as opposed where it would be an accidental, or in this case, self-defense, because he's got armed men. They've shot on his property, and it's
but possible is still reasonable doubt.
Yeah. So, but reasonable doubt for sure, all day long.
Yeah, I mean, this case is littered with it. If there was ever a case for reasonable doubt, so
I know you mentioned that there may be some interest in the defense speaking with us. That would be awesome. That would be
absolutely,
great. I
yeah.
have not reached out.
Yes.
I don't like reaching out to defense during a trial. Obviously, they've
well,
got their
I'll have
hands
them
full.
call in. I don't know if she'll want to wait till a verdict or, but I will. She knows. So I'll get one of the attorneys on the phone with you.
Okay. We'll wait till it's all over. I'm perfectly fine waiting until everything's done. Hopefully we can celebrate
it might
together.
be safer.
But so
yeah,
let's see. We've got a
we're
couple.
hoping so. And go ahead. Yeah.
A couple more questions.
Sorry, did I interrupt you with Vicky's question? Go ahead.
I think you answered Vicky's.
Okay.
I think so. Let's see. Was she there on the day the judge flipped out? Okay. When the judge walked out of court, were you there for that part?
I did not get in the courtroom in time for that. I was so bummed, but I did catch it on the stream.
He seems to have changed since then, and we haven't seen anything on like on the air of why he would change. But it seems like either he talked to somebody or he thought it over and thought better of the approach he was taking. And since that day, it's been. He might have watched the video. He might have watched. It did sort of go viral for a bit, and a lot of people were commenting on it.
Sure did. Yeah, I did ask Wanda right after that. I said, "What happened with the judge?" She says, "I don't know. I think somebody licked all the red off his candy." It was so precious.
Nosy Rosie says, "Does the defense watch RA and chat? Do you know if they've got somebody on their team watching commentary?"
So, I let Kathy know about your stream and how beneficial it is. So, yes.
Wonderful.
Kathy was reading your live chat during during all of closing arguments yesterday. She had it up on her phone. So
that's cool.
So she got to see some of your comments.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. So they might have seen the thumbnails. Steve helped us with the thumbnail. The thumbnails, you know what the thumbnail is.
Thumbnail, yeah, right.
It probably is not very beneficial, Steve N. I'm just saying it's probably not very beneficial to the defense team to get the thumbnail.
I
But
know,
it helps us understand what
I
happened.
do have somewhere in my pages of notes, I do have a suggestion on it, but I can't remember. I've been here so long, and I apologize. I've been wanting to call in for so long, but I think with the time difference, you end the stream before I can get outside of the court.
I just need to buck up and wait around till you're ready. That's what I need to do. So
we should have just maybe set a time because I had a lot of comments. So.
I'll do that, especially if there's a verdict. I'll stay on until you're able to call after the verdict, if that works.
Sounds great. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? If I may, I'm going to do a little plug real quick for the Kellys.
Yeah.
They do have a Give, Send, Go account for the Kellys.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that out there. The legal bills pile up.
If I remember correctly, they were using crowdfunding to pay for their legal. I mean, that's before the case started. Before trial started. That's something they were doing because it's not cheap. A court case like this.
No, it's really not.
It is spending.
I don't know how they'll be able to afford a mistrial. Yeah. But they do have an account on Give, Send, Go. So it was important for me to send that up there.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
I appreciate that. Laura, you do an amazing job. You're a fantastic court watcher. I appreciate all that. Obviously, we'll keep you, if call whatever you get any information. You're seeing stuff that we're not because the live stream is not going right now. And we're sort of just watching the timer. been deliberating for,
Right.
over 2.5 hours roughly.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of time on your hands, so you might spend the time looking up. Is it Big Super's YouTube video on Sheriff Hathaway?
He will not allow anyone to use that video. He's striking people who try to use it, even news agencies that try to use it. So I can't show it directly. I can send a link to it, but that's Big Super in Arizona or something like that. Life in Arizona.
Big Super had Sheriff Hathaway. You're right. Yep. And then he was not friendly to the Border Patrol in that one. So I think about maybe 14, 15 minutes in is when he starts talking about Mr. Kelly. So anyway, I didn't realize he wouldn't let you rewatch it.
Yeah, it's you have to be careful with stuff like that. But yeah, great,
that makes sense.
Interesting stuff, and it was funny to see it come up in court. So that was the longest sidebar of the entire trial was about that.
It was really, yeah. I noticed that. That was a big one. Yeah, I mean, I have about 30 pages of notes, so I can always fill in and call in later.
Awesome. Laura, thank you very much. I'll let you go back to watching, and obviously call as soon as you get any information. That would be wonderful. One other thing, I think we've got Jessica is going to call in here in a bit. We're gonna finish watching the judge storming out of court clip. We've got probably 10 minutes or so left on that. And then I think Jessica's going to try to give us a call. She's actually worked for Border Patrol, has some information about some of the cameras and stuff down there in that area. And we're going to get some background from her. So, Laura, thank you so much.
And let me know if you have any questions. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Laura's amazing. I appreciate what she's doing. Let's see. Let's go back and finish. Let's see. Manhunt going on in Florida. I'm getting some texts about a manhunt in Florida. Let me listen. Florida might be something we can jump to. So let me try to do some digging while the rest of this clip plays. So let's jump back to, let's see, camera 2 is where we are.
A couple of questions from the jurors for the witness. Question: why was a hotel in Nogales, Sonora, Mexico chosen to interview the witness at instead of at the U.S.-Mexico Port of Entry or the Mexican Consulate building?
So I believe this part of that incident didn't get clarified. We weren't in a room in the hotel. We were in the public area of the restaurant of the hotel. And subsequent to that, we moved to a lounge that was empty at the time, however, so accessible to the public. The reason why we moved from the restaurant to the lounge was because the restaurant was busy. There were a lot of individuals consuming in the restaurant. We went over to the lobby, and we chose that place because it was a little bit more less noisy, less crowded, and it allowed us to do the interview more appropriately.
And the question was directed towards why weren't alternative locations of either the port of entry or the Mexican consulate used?
The location was chosen by Sheriff Hathaway, and I was under his direction.
Another question from the same juror: why was only part of this meeting recorded?
So the recording was a decision made by Sheriff Hathaway. When I conducted the meeting with Daniel, I just took notes about our conversation. The reason why I decided to do that was because this was a highly publicized case. I didn't want to bring any unwanted attention towards us that could contaminate the interview, because recording somebody in public when you're sitting down is uncommon, so it's going to bring some eyes to us, and they're going to start wondering, what are you guys doing? And I didn't want those extra eyes contaminated.
All right. There may be follow-up questions by the lawyers to these questions. Questions from another juror. You stated you received a handgun, cell phone, and a magazine from Sergeant Lopez upon arrival at the Kelly residence with the service of the first search warrant. How were these items obtained? Was there a warrant for these items prior to arrival in the jury system? I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear.
Yes, the items were documented on the warrant, and they were just transferred from hand to hand. Deputy Lopez had collected them, and then he gave them to me.
All right, so they were obtained pursuant to a search warrant?
That's my belief, so yes.
Another question, if you know, in earlier testimony, Sergeant Rodriguez confirmed a photo he had taken of a single footprint at the scene, and there have been other testimonies confirmed that there were no other signs of foot traffic around the body. Yet there has been testimony by witnesses there. In your opinion, how is that possible? So the question really is, a single footprint was found, but there's been testimony of a lot of other foot traffic in the same area. How is it possible that only one footprint was found, if I understand the question correctly?
So I was not part of the collection of the body or the inspection of the surroundings, so I wouldn't be able to testify whether there was or there wasn't, and that would be my answer.
All right, final question from another juror. Was the geofence warrant executed in June? Or did Google go back chronologically to January 30th?
Yeah, so when I served the warrant to Google, I set a specific time on the warrant from January 29th to, I believe it was February 1st. So it went back to that time frame.
Very well. Hand the questions to the clerk. Follow-up questions to the questions from the jurors by the state.
Do you have any idea why the restaurant was chosen as opposed to other locations? I know you indicated that the sheriff picked it.
I don't know.
Was the area quiet enough where you were that you were able to conduct the interview?
Yes.
I think that's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Larkin.
Just to be clear, you did not understand that Sheriff Hathaway had involved any officials from the Mexican government before conducting this investigation in Mexico, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And you didn't think it was odd at all that you were going into Mexico to conduct this investigation?
Well, to my understanding and what was explained to me, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He has a lot of background with DEA, and they do that often.
They typically have authority to do that, correct?
I'm not a federal agent, so I'm not sure what they have authority or don't have authority.
All right. When you interviewed Daniel in Mexico, you did not record it, right? But then Sheriff Hathaway did record a portion of this after you had spoken with Daniel, correct?
Well, it was immediately, it was not like there was a break in between. It was kind of immediate.
So you spoke with Daniel for what, 40 minutes or so, right? And then Sheriff Hathaway recorded the next 6 minutes of that interview, correct?
Right.
And you stated that you didn't record this interview because you were concerned about privacy, correct?
Correct.
But Sheriff Hathaway went ahead and recorded the interview, correct?
Correct.
So he didn't share your concerns, correct?
Correct.
Is it standard practice to do an interview and only record a small portion of that interview? That's not standard practice, right?
No.
Did Daniel, did he ever tell you that his last name was really Varela?
I don't recall.
Okay. You never noted in your report that his last name could possibly be Varela, right?
No.
And also present at that interview were 2 family members of Gabriel, correct?
That's correct.
And some guy by the name of Juan Carlos Rodriguez, correct?
Right.
You didn't look into him at all, did you?
Well, he was identified as the uncle and the facilitator of the interview.
That's what he told you, right?
And the daughters confirmed that he was a relative.
You didn't confirm that independently, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Seeing none, thank you, sir. You can step down, and the state can please call your next witness.
Call Tercy? Yeah. State calls Agent Tercy.
Prosecution then called and questioned the next witness for about 30 minutes.
The defendant, right? Ms. Wanda Kelly and the defendant, right?
That's correct. It sounds like you're going to move into a new area right now. Is that right? So it's a good time to take our mid-morning break. All right? It's 9:45. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. I'll stay here with the lawyers. We'll come back about 10:05, depending on how long this takes for me to talk to them. We'll be in recess until about 10:05. Thank you. Excuse the jury.
I'm not seeing the manhunt on the police scanner. Who's anyone know what county it's in?
Thank you. Please be seated. The record show the absence of the jury. Ms. Larkin, you said you wanted to make an offer of proof concerning Detective Barba. You can do so. The court reporter and the clerk will remain in the courtroom to record your offer of proof.
Judge, can you hear me?
He's walking.
Oh, okay. Cool. So in addition to obtaining testimony about the false report provided by Ramon, the cross-examination was going to continue to explore inconsistencies between Ramon and Daniel in terms of the inconsistencies that they made with each other, as well as inconsistencies that their statements were with the physical evidence. The cross-examination was going to further explore the interview that took place with Daniel in Mexico, including exploring inconsistent statements between what he told investigators in that interview and what he testified to in trial in this case. That interview is going to continue to explore the fact that Daniel provided a false name to law enforcement in this case. And the cross-examination would also go into generally the shell casing testing that was ordered, the forensic testing that could have been ordered, the forensic testing that was not ordered, and further exploring the double standard between the way these so-called witnesses were evaluated versus the way that Mr. Kelly was evaluated. And the cross-examination would continue to explore the inadequacy in this investigation in terms of interviewing people who came forward, who placed themselves at the crime scene as possible suspects. That's it.
Well, wait a minute.
And we just want to make a further record, sorry, Denise, you okay? Make a further record that the fact that our cross-examination was significantly limited violates Mr. Kelly's right to confrontation of these witnesses and due process.
That's the end. There it is. That was the spice as it happens. That's what happened there. Hillsborough County, Florida. Thank you, Weather Watch. I'm just going to see if we can find the... It might be early on in that, so it hasn't... Let's see, Hillsborough. All right. County Public Safety. Listen, I'm not sure what's up with the manhunt here. Let's see if we can listen in a bit. Braxton Heap says, all right, time for me to go get ready for the first part of my A+ cert test. I'll be back later. Wish me luck. You got this. A+, it's in the bag, Braxton.
Engine 20, Rescue 20, non-breather 16221, Compton Drive, cross Cypress Reserve, Delta Data.
Oh, let's try Sheriff. See if this works. Hillsborough County Sheriff instead. Let me check and see if we can find a live stream as well. Sorry, we've got a manhunt going on down in Florida. We're just trying to see if it's something that would deserve following or not. Give me just a second. Let's see. Florida deputies are in pursuit of a suspect after he failed the traffic stop. Traffic stops are hard to fail, but they've got music going. They're on break right now. So yeah, this is for sure one we can't show right now. All right.
On Kilo 31, 10-4, 10-20. 10-4. 12-41 hours.
It's in Hillsborough County, Florida. I don't know the exact location right now. It's on WFLA News Channel 8. See if we got some more details here.
Oscar 21.
Oscar 21.
You show me 51 to 13 P and Oscar 1.
1 Juliet 11, 10-4, 10-20. 10-4, string you en route. 12-41 hours.
10-4.
Okay. I can't hear a lot of activity there. They're on break on the news channels as well, so We'll come back to that a little bit later. I was wondering if we could listen to, I'm not sure if Jessica's available right now, but if Jessica could call in and let me get the timer back on the screen. Sorry. 4 is 4. There we go. 2 hours, 41 minutes, 53 seconds, 54, 55, 50, yeah, 2 hours and 42 minutes. That's where we're at. Let's see. A manhunt, yes, in Florida that's going on. I'd say it's a pursuit at this time. He sort of got away, but let's see what happens.
Call from. It's Jessica.
Jessica, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Hi, chat.
They're waving. They're all waving. They say hi back.
Oh, hey. Oh, they show me love. I love that. And good luck, Braxton.
Yes, with your A+, you're going to get that cert.
Right, exactly. Okay, so I don't know why this is, but my life is like this trial. Not in the criminal sense. I'm just saying there's so many aspects of this trial that actually mirror some of my experience. Mm-hmm. Now, a quick caveat, I just turned 50, so I've had a lot of life experience. So it may seem like a little bit of almost like a script, mm-hmm. but truly this is weird. So real quick, when I joined the Army when I was 19, and I'm not going to go too deeply into it, but I was a military police officer. Mm-hmm. So I am like the defense attorney, Kathy Lorthrope, in that respect. So there's one kind of caveat there. And during my career in law enforcement with the military, I also worked both law enforcement and dispatcher, and that's how I got to be a 911 dispatcher. Fast forward to my husband, who had actually started working for INS at the northern border when I was pregnant with our son. And after I left the military, I moved up to the northern border where I'm at currently. He has been there, and through the grapevine, I heard that there was a position open for a LECA, which is basically a dispatcher for Border Patrol. That's what they call them in the Border Patrol back then. We're talking pre-9/11, before DHS and everybody kind of combined. I didn't spend a whole long time with them because I got a different opportunity. And before that, I actually was looking into going to college. When I went to college, I got my criminal justice degree with a minor in criminalistics. The forensic aspect of it was really high. And I had a lot of stories about that, but that's for another time. Anyway, when I was a dispatcher for Border Patrol, I did operate the cameras. I did operate the different databases to search when a Border Patrol agent would pull over somebody or would encounter somebody, and I would run their information on our databases. Yeah. The cameras are like several hundred feet tall. And on the northern border, we don't have the same kind of barriers, at least not where I live, as they do in the southern border. However, they do have other ways of determining whether somebody is coming into the country. And one of those things is they provide incentives for people who live at the border, cash incentives for turning in people. And it's not really advertised quite a bit because obviously they keep those people fairly protected, but they don't get the same kind of encounters as they do on the southern border. My point is that cameras are very state of the art. And this is even back in 2001 when we had our cameras. So, by
that, we're talking high resolution, possibly thermal, night vision, not just a good zoom, not just like a camera with a good zoom.
Right. They invest, millions and hundreds of millions of dollars for their cameras. So that's not a far-fetched, thing. They're very much upgraded. They make all kinds of upgrades and other things with them for sure. But my point is basically I didn't start watching the trial initially because I was watching the Apple River murders or the Apple River stabbings, right? Because I thought I would be biased. I mean, I have a past of law enforcement. My husband's a federal law enforcement officer, has been for 30 years, 35 years. We met in the military, by the way. So I've known him as a friend even before we got married. My point is that I thought there's no way I can watch this trial and be unbiased. I really just didn't think because of all the different correlations, right?
Right.
But the one thing that really bothers me truly about this investigation or this so-called investigation is that with all these different policies, letting other agencies talk to one another. No one did any thorough investigation. No one had accurate paperwork. No one really like delved into what was going on. And for that and the other forensic reasons, I cannot find that they've proven this beyond a reasonable doubt. That's just my own opinion. So if anyone has any questions, I'm open for it. I just don't know what else to say.
And I realize there's some things you can't talk about. I've got some.
Of course.
I've never been down on the border, but I've worked for a company that provides some of that high tech stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've seen it from the other side, knowing that, fairly recently with some of the stuff that they're not just the cameras, the equipment themselves, but what they can do with the data that the camera outputs.
Right.
So there's some pretty powerful stuff that's going on there. Like
sure.
What do they call it? Future Crime. What was that movie? Didn't have like Tom Cruise. What was it?
Minority Report.
Minority Report. Yeah, that one. We're talking that level of they're not predicting crime so much, but there is incredible data that can be gathered from an image and used in many different ways.
Right.
Oh.
There's a correlation, unfortunately, I think, between when I was up there, because we're talking like this happened like a week before 9/11.
Can you hold on? I've got somebody beating on my door, and I don't know what it's about.
Yeah, no.
Hang on just one second. I'm going to play some music. You can keep talking.
Course.
Is that okay?
Of course.
I trust
Sure,
you.
no problem.
Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. So I just wanted to say the correlation between what I dealt with right before 9/11. You have to understand this is before agencies were allowed to talk to one another. It almost feels like even 20 some years later that these agencies are not communicating with one another. And I unfortunately cannot see chat when I'm talking to Scott because I don't want it to echo. So if you guys have other questions, I'd be happy to answer. The problem with this investigation, as far as I can tell, just from a law enforcement standpoint, is that they just didn't do their due diligence. They got tunnel vision. They thought they had a confession, so they just latched onto that. And that is where I am conflicted, because I don't think, other than the sheriff being suspect, in my opinion, I don't think that there was an agenda per se. I think that they just truly were out of their depth and did not really reset and look into the facts from the beginning. So forensically, this just doesn't add up, in my opinion. So if I was on the jury, I'd probably say not guilty. So I don't know if Scott's going to come back anytime soon, but I can tell you I love this chat. You guys are amazing. I enjoy interacting with you guys when I can. I'm at work right now, so
Jessica.
Yeah.
You have a beautiful voice. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
This guy, it was a salesperson, and he was beating on a door. We were worried he was going to break the door. He was like, I'm like, something must be wrong. We normally don't answer the door for salespeople because guess what? If we want to buy something, we'll come to you. But went and talked to him. He's trying to sell me internet. I'm like, he's trying to say he wants to upgrade me to half the speed I have right now. I'm like,
upgrade.
Look,
Did you say my name's Dwayne?
No, I'm like, look, I'm good. He's like, well, we might be able to save you some money for a 1 gigabyte connection. I'm like, okay, I've got 2 right now, and that's the bare minimum I'm going to accept. Oh, no, we can't do that. So anyway,
bye.
I miss the stories. You kept. I've never just ditched somebody on. Well, Thomas. I've ditched Thomas on the live stream before.
Well, yeah, Thomas has a little bit more of I think he has a great storytelling. But I was just saying that I didn't feel like the investigation was done properly, and that was kind of where I was conflicted, and I felt the forensics did not add up. Mm-hmm. I don't think that the investigators really had an agenda, except for maybe the sheriff. And that's just my opinion. I'm not trying to slander or besmirch his integrity. I'm just saying I don't feel like he should have inserted himself in that situation. Just my opinion. But I think that they got tunnel vision, and they just really latched on to that supposed confession, and we're like, yeah, this is an easy peasy, and they just dropped the ball. They were out of their depth.
Yeah.
And that's just coming from somebody who's investigated crimes before, and I just feel like it was just sloppy. It wasn't done correctly at all. And I couldn't find Mr. Kelly guilty. That's just my opinion, you know.
I'm curious. For most of us that don't live in the area, the people who live there say, hey, we see this every day. We understand this differently than the rest of the country, right? And most of us only have a perception of the border based on whatever media outlet is giving us their view of, well, this is how it is, right? And it can be slanted one way or another. And we're not trying to get into the politics of that, but
no,
how much would that, do you think, weighs into the jury who literally lives this as more of a reality of what's going on in their community than say the rest of us who might be, you know, I've never seen the border wall in real life. You know, the pictures are the closest I've gotten. How much is that going to play in, do you think, on the jury's decision? Meaning, would you get a different verdict anywhere else in the country?
So I live on the northern border, so I'm in Washington State. Our border is actually fairly naturally protected because we have the Canadian Rockies, and we also have the Cascade Mountains. So we have that
bears
barrier.
You have bears.
and other people.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. So for them to try to smuggle stuff across the border is a lot more physically challenging. So we may not have the same encounters up here on the northern border as they do the southern border, of course, because there's just not the same kind of influx, especially with the current situation, which I'm not getting into because it's pickles, right?
Yep.
Not politics. But I can tell you that if you have a tourist town, this is the best way I can describe it, the best analogy. If you have a tourist town where you get like Las Vegas, let's just say Las Vegas because that's kind of been a recurring theme. The people in Las Vegas love tourism, but sometimes the people who live there every day probably get kind of sick of having to interact with all these people all the time. And with border towns, that kind of is kind of a theme. It's like, okay, our gas prices are a little bit higher because some people, like for example, in Canada, might come down for our gas prices because our gas prices are better than theirs,
right.
Or we have different pricing, or they're coming to visit or whatever. So there's sometimes a little bit of I don't want to say like resentment, but there's sometimes an attitude that's not as great. So I think that jurors, just to get back to your question, I think that jurors might have, a little bit of a bias per se, but I don't know that it would carry through into their determination of whether or not a rancher had a right to defend himself, or that a person had the right to migrate, or, illegally enter, because that's a legal term. Mm-hmm. That's not me, saying anything bad. I'm just,
It's a definition. It's, dictionary definitions is what we're dealing with.
And that's all I meant by that. I'm not trying to make any kind of a comment on that. So,
Jessica, I have a couple questions. Do you have a camera? Like video camera?
Do I have a camera?
Yeah.
No, I don't actually. I have a regular CPU, and so no, I don't. And it's my work.
Do you have like an iPhone or an iPad or?
Yeah, no, I do. I have them. Yeah.
Do you know what StreamYard is?
Well, yeah, I know it's the platform for YouTube. Yeah.
Okay.
I've not used it before myself.
I was going to say maybe someday in the future we might ask if you wanted to be a guest on you've got great experiences and you present well. Your voice is pleasant to listen to, and chat has said lots of good things about you. I'm wondering maybe you would possibly be interested in being a guest, maybe on the podcast, maybe on the show at some other time. So wonderful.
Anytime.
We'll keep you on the short list. So.
Oh, that's great. I really appreciate it. And I really did enjoy your podcast last night. Sheriff Brian or Deputy Brian, I don't remember if he's a sheriff or deputy or a police officer, but he was very good. I really enjoyed your content last night for sure.
We definitely need some we've got lots of masculine representation, and we need to sort of we need some help. It needs to be prettier than what it is what I'm saying. So, I don't have much to offer.
Now I got to get my hair done.
Yeah. Anyway, Jessica, thank you so much.
I would absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you for your compliments, and thanks, Chad. I appreciate it, and I hope I don't overwhelm the chat with other comments and stuff. I try to be, selective in what I say, so it doesn't like,
I appreciate the
overdo
respect
it.
you show to the channel that way. Obviously, everyone's allowed to have their opinions, and the fact that you can share them and do it
Yeah.
respectively, it's respectful. It's
Sure.
wonderful. So appreciate it,
Of
Jessica.
course. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Hey, guys.
All right, we'll see you.
No, thank you.
All right.
Bye, chat.
Bye. Megan, Megan's like, what's a girl got to do to get invited to the podcast? You get a job or something? Yeah, we need to start. We're actually, Thomas is probably going to punch me in the mouth if he gets close enough. But we did talk about bringing on more guests, having some more guests, and possibly even some guests from the channel, as far as some familiar names and faces. Well, they will be familiar faces once we introduce them on the podcast, but possibly having a combination of that. So it's still up in the air. I don't know when, and of course I'll have to talk it over with Thomas because he's the brains behind the operation before we do anything. But let's see. Karina says you need to add Mrs. R.A. and Amber to Thursday's podcast. It would be fun. Mrs. R.A. I kid you not. Mrs. R.A. sometimes is ready to go to sleep before the podcast is over. She puts in a full day's work and starts early, so the podcast sometimes might be a little past bedtime. Meet the OGs. Could that be a segment? All right. If time zones didn't time zone, I'd love to, says Vicky. Yeah, Vicky. Oh my goodness, it would be the middle of the night. I don't know how you do it. Love having you here though, Vicky. Love it. Sleeping is not a disqualifier for live streaming. We'd like you to be able to add to the conversation or at least listen to it. That's my bare minimum requirement. Britt Bottom says, journalist here. I have stories. Maybe we need to do another Amber. Let's see. The podcast is so exciting. Mrs. Ari goes to bed. She's never slept better. Maybe we need to do another form like the birthday form and have like a, I don't, we'd have to, I don't want to say tryouts, right? I don't want to say tryouts because there's some people who have amazing stories to share and experience that is incredible, but it's hard to present that in a way that everyone could enjoy on the live stream. But we need to be able to have some people that have the basic minimum of as far as equipment goes, so that it's watchable and listenable, and schedule wise, I don't think we could put all the people on that want to be on, but maybe we'll have to do that. Maybe we'll have to accept some idle tryouts. Yeah. Britt Robin's like, I did local coverage. I can do this. I got this. You're good. Being in front of a camera is a no-brainer. Everyone has a story. They definitely do. I second that wholeheartedly. Hey, look who's here. Good morning. Wait, good morning, sunshine. Homeschool Ground Zero. Weather Watch, I may be in bed, but that doesn't stop me from typing snarky comments. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Time-wise, we're just hitting 3 hours on deliberation. Laura's in the courtroom. We're depending on her because, quite honestly, there is not a feed, and we don't expect a feed from court to be here until two things happens. One, today ends, and the court uploads their YouTube to the YouTube page, the Zoom feed, and then we will only have just the questions and long black periods of no video. And second, if there's a verdict, we do expect that the cameras will be there. You got the equipment. Britt's like, I'm good to go. We might. Let me try this. Since I don't want to throw Thomas under the bus, but I'm willing to take the chance on just us. How about this? Let's take a lunch break, and when I come back from lunch break, I'll use StreamYard to do our live stream instead of the platform I'm using now. So instead of this switcher, I'll use StreamYard. StreamYard is the tool where I can just send you a link and you click the button, and then whether you're on a laptop, whether with a camera, or you have a computer with a camera and mic, or if you got this whole setup, or you just have your phone, you'd be able to join. We do require that you have some pretty good internet so it can keep a signal. So generally, if you're driving in a car going in tunnels and over bridges, it might not be the best time to do it. But we might do that because we have Verdict Watch, and we don't often have a time like this where we have just some free time to experiment and do things a little differently. So, Britta, or Britt, sorry, Britt Bottoms. I said Britta. Britta is right here. There's Britt Bottoms. Britt Bottoms. Is that something you might want to try after the lunch break? Maybe, if I sent you a link. I think there was a yes in there somewhere. It sounds cool. Yes, lots of people. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Never had a chance. There will be 100 people waiting. I'm going to give out the link via the burner phone, and I apologize. I can't send the link. I can't text international numbers. So it has to be either the burner phone or email. I'm not going to just post the link publicly because still I'm giving someone direct access to on air with the channel, and that's for me. That's something I have to be very, very careful with. So I'll have the kill button ready to go, and because we want to make sure there are no trolls, and I'll be pre-screening things and all that. So I can't just put the link out there, but I can if you reach out to me and say here's the name. I'm going to get a lot of these, and I can't respond to all, but reach out to me on the burner phone with a text saying your YouTube name and you'd like to give this a try. I'll see if I can get that going over lunch and maybe get it going. Let's take an hour lunch break. Does that work? Before we do that, let's take a quick peek in with the courtroom. Let's see. Let's take a look at Chad Daybell really quickly, if we can. See what's happening there. Oh, it's quiet. Like it's all the way quiet. Is anybody? I hear nothing. I think they're reading something.
Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, there is the name James and a name Elena referenced. Did you see those in this message?
Yes.
Were you able to determine through the investigation who James is referencing?
Yes, James is Chad Daybell.
And were you able to...
Oh, James is Chad. There you go. That's all we need. There's sound, says Ashley. We're good. All right, we're going to... we need to play the judges Who's Hungry. Let me see if I can get that playing here. That's going to come in on channel 2.
Well, it's time for lunch. Who's hungry?
There you go. There you go. I can play it. That's off my replayer right over here. So watch why I do this. This is really cool. Let's see. That's not it.
Well, it's time for lunch. Who's hungry? Good.
That's what we got. That's the time for lunch thing. I'll get that transferred over maybe on lunch if I can do that as well. Lots of people raising their hands. I can't watch any more trials with children invested. This is Casey. Yeah. We're not gonna be following the Chad Daybell case on the main channel, but we're gonna take a break. When I come back, we're gonna come up on StreamYard. Ashley, you'll have to let me know. I've never used StreamYard. I know StreamYard, it doesn't like dual streaming, and I'm currently using StreamYard to stream Daybell. If there's a problem there, we'll have to cancel and come back to the other regular method. But if it starts in any way messing up the Daybell stream, let me know, and we'll go back and fix it. Angela says, check your email. Sent you one. All right, let's do that. Let's do lunch. I mean... it sounds like I'm inviting everyone to lunch, but in a way I am. Just you have lunch there and I'll have here. Yeah, StreamYard's how we're going to be live. It'll look very similar. The text will look different. It's like we do the podcast. It's the same thing we do the podcast. Thank you, Ashley. We'll keep you appraised to anything that happens out of the courtroom. Laura is letting us know what happens down there as she watches court in the Arizona v. Kelly trial. We are still on verdict watch. Over 3 hours of deliberation have gone water under the bridge. The horse is alive and they didn't meet the horse. The jury didn't get to meet the horse? Man, what a bummer. That's the one thing I want to see when I go to the ranch, the horse. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about an hour as we continue verdict watch in the Arizona v. Kelly trial. I might have a verdict today. We might. Fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. Happy Friday, guys. We'll see you after the break.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Well, it's time for lunch. Who's hungry? Good.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Now let Murdoch stole it.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Because he's the guy.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I object.